Welcome back to the channel. This is Trinity Storm and you are watching first part of What If Naruto Was Bring Back to Life by Spirit King. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share and subscribe to the channel. Now wasting no more time, let's start the story.
Ulquiorra turned to face of Fiona, watching as two plump tears trickled from her chin to the dome, down her soft cheeks. As he watched her, a gentle tug at his soul began. Something sounded to him like a half dream gone by, and a blurred image flashed into his consciousness. Yes, that's right, a memory. How much time had passed since his last life crossed his mind? With her hands extended and her lips pressed to his, a slender, sly girl with short black hair and pale eyes sobbed in front of him. Smiling, whispering. I love you, Naruto. Kun. Fading, Ulquiorra cast a downward glance. A name appeared out of the shadows. Hinata Hyuga. He had just one thought as he passed away. Her heart was right here, in my grasp. This was a surprise to him. All of the reports that Kakashi had written portrayed Sasuke as the hero, saving the day each and every time. Naruto was the bumbling idiot, the half-wit, the fool incapable of mastering his own strength. I, Tsunade, 5th Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato, with the agreement of the clan heads, the village council, and the elders, declare you a traitor. You have brought shame and dishonor upon the entire village. You were ordered to capture Sasuke Uchiha and return him to Konoha. Permission was given to use force if necessary. But instead, you attempted to murder him. Naruto would have yelled and screamed and thrown abuse at Tsunade if he hadn't been manacled, chained, and had not had the damn gag in his mouth. However, he was unable to. Sakura and Kakashi had mutilated and scarred Naruto's face, and the two point-blank Chidori he had taken during his battle with Sasuke had made breathing extremely difficult for him. Beneath the weighty steel collar, he bowed his neck and gazed at them with betrayed, hateful, and hopeless eyes. He surrendered peacefully, but you attacked anyway. Witnesses reported it. Sasuke Uchiha was nearly killed by your brutal assault. Your betrayal nearly destroyed the last of the Uchiha clan, and nearly cost Konoha her finest ninja. It is decided that you will be taken from this place and suffer execution 3 days hence, as should have been done when you were a child. The Kyuubi no Yoko is a threat to this village, one that should have been destroyed long ago, and it is clear that you no longer have the will or strength to suppress it. To applause and cheers, Tsunade stood up and said, "Take the Jinchuriki away." She waved a hand at the two Anbu members. To match my own, I shall show you true despair. The detention cell was roomy and empty. The entrance was obstructed by 12 thick steel bars, but the guards were able to enter through a small door. Naruto's arms were forced to their limit as a result of his wrists being manacled and lengthy chains fastened to the walls. He was wearing a big collar that was fastened to the ceiling by a chain, and every time he moved or breathed, the sharp edges tore into his skin, dripping blood down his bare chest. Spread out from each other, his legs were manacled to the floor, making him look like a five-pointed star. Ibiki Morino and his team of interrogators and torturers had entered the cell on the first day and started working on him. Many hours later, when they finally left, his legs were twisted and broken, his skin was burnt, his ribs were fractured, and he had more bruises than he could count. Later that day, Kakashi showed up. He approached Naruto directly and observed him with composure. "All right, Naruto," he uttered. "Anything to say for yourself?" Impassively, Naruto's one good eye stared back. With a sigh, Kakashi leaned against the adjacent wall. "Why did you attack him, Naruto?" "The objective was clear. You were to bring him back, not kill him. And yet you attacked him." The finest Chunin in the village, he returned his gaze to him. Silently, was it jealousy? He questioned. Naruto glared at the ground and remained obstinately silent. He refused to let his old sensei enjoy the fruits of his wrath. With a sigh, Kakashi turned to leave. "You are a great disappointment to me, Naruto. The worst ninja I ever trained." Watching him withdraw, soundless as the grave, was Naruto. "I hope you find penitence in your last hours." That day his friends arrived. While the others sneered and gloated, Rock Lee, Shino, Shikamaru, Shoji, Ino, and Kiba remained silent and positioned themselves in the background. Sakura spat on him and insulted him, stating that she had hated him ever since they were teammates. The other students did the same, holding him accountable for their clan's misfortunes and the deaths of those who had passed away 13 years earlier. When they had all finally departed, Naruto remained silent. Next. Hello, Dobi. Gazing upward, Naruto's gaze was fixed on the Sharingan, the lone source of light within the shadowy cell. In the complete darkness, Sasuke was only a dark shape that he could hardly make out. When he realized they had let him into the cell, he was only slightly surprised. Naruto was struggling to raise his head when Sasuke sneered, his eye brimming with hateful venom. He pushed himself to his feet, but the chains limited his range of motion, and he could feel the broken parts of his body snapping and clicking. He gave Sasuke a scowl. Now, Naruto. That's no way to look at the new Uchiha clan head, Sasuke growled, revealing the ring he was wearing on his finger on his display. It displayed the Uchiha crest set on a gold and silver band. His eyes burning, Sasuke delivered a clean blow to his stomach. Naruto growled in discomfort. Sasuke's strength had increased. He hurt more because of his sealed chakra. He said, "So Sasuke, how come?" Naruto made his chains rattle by pulling on them. Sasuke grinned darkly, understanding. Kukuku. Allow me to explain. Think about it. I am the last loyal Uchiha. My Sharingan promises Konoha's continued authority over the rest of the world. The village has more need of the Sharingan than the Kyuubi no Yoko. My children and theirs will have the Sharingan, and from that Konoha can conquer all the lands. The council came to me offering a most intriguing proposal. Remain loyal to Konoha, and they will give me all the power I want. They've already begun. He reached for the Anbu mask and put it on his face, but Naruto was unable to the painting on it. But they have still more to offer. I might become Hokage, how about I take that dream of yours as well? With a snort, Naruto leaned forward once more, disregarding Sasuke. Did you come here for a reason, or just to spout shit, Ahondara? Said Naruto. He was going to end up dead. He was never going to be courteous again. Once more, Sasuke grinned, his Sharingan furious. Yes. The village has decided to make me your executioner. They thought it only fitting as the head of the Uchiha clan and the one you nearly murdered. From you, I will gain the Mangekyo Sharingan and become even stronger, all thanks to you. The cell was once again dark as he turned and departed. Naruto was unable to resist. He laughed. His voice rose as he giggled like a child. Guffawing, laughing, and caricatures. He heard the sound of a lunatic laughing, and he heard Sasuke and the guards freeze. The blue eye glowed brightly like fire. Silence and stillness fell over the next few hours. The village was hit by a storm as the sun descended and the moon rose. His blood froze as freezing rain pounded the prison's exterior and seeped through the wall. Though it was still cold inside Naruto's cell, the second day started out warm and dry. The sound of feet approaching the cell reached his ears. One guard nervously hissed, "Here he is." "Be quick." "Yes," a second voice murmured. He kept his gaze downward, fixed on the earth. "NN Naruto. Kun?" The second voice stammered out. The voice was panting with worry and fear, sad and heavy. Looking up, Naruto fixed the bars with his evil blue glare. When the voice saw his ruined body, it whimpered with surprise and sadness. He said, his voice raspy, "Who is there?" As the small door opened and the bars creaked, Hinata entered. Her eyes were shining and wet as fat tears streamed down her gentle face. With caution and slowness, she approached the prisoner. She stopped and knelt down so that Naruto could look down at her when she was only a foot away. He twisted his mouth into a crazy smile and shot a wild, crazed gaze that said, "Hinata? What are you doing here? Come to spit at the cornered rat as well?" With pain in her eyes, Hinata shook her head in concern and began to cry even more. "Forgive me, Naruto." "Kun." Naruto gave a startled blink. Only Rock Lee and the other members of Team 8 had expressed regret, and even then it was only through their dejected expressions and strong displays of self-loathing. He softened a little, but the crazy gleam lingered in his eye. "Don't worry, Hinata-chan. It's enough to know that someone doesn't hate me." He gave her a grin. Hinata's lips quivered as she smiled through her tears. She began to breathe heavily. N. No, Naruto-kun. I see. Came here to tell you something, and if I don't do it now, I'll never get the chance. Cast in a daze, Naruto observed her intently, not understanding what was happening. When Hinata was able to catch her breath, she exclaimed, N. Naruto-kun. For a long time now, I've. She paused once more, scrunched up her face, and cried, putting her face in her hands. Speechless, Naruto stood there. He was unable to comprehend Hinata, who was kind, naive, reserved, lovely, and compassionate. He connected the dots instantly. Her timidity in his presence. The strange remarks made by Shino and Kiba regarding her crush and her reluctance to discuss it with anyone. Her odd ways, her shyness around him. Maybe if I had noticed sooner, I could have. He muttered, Hinata-chan, I'm sorry. She turned to face him with a confused and then dejected expression, her trembling growing stronger. It took him only a moment to realize. It seemed to her that he was expressing a different opinion. In an attempt to salvage the situation, he went on, if I had known you felt that way, perhaps I might have. Grabbing his cheeks with her hands, Hinata planted a kiss on him that silenced him. He was taken aback to the point where he was unable to react for a moment, but eventually his rationality returned and he replied. It was messy and awkward, but it tasted good. At last, she withdrew, cradling his face in her palms. Smiling, whispering. I love you, Naruto-kun. I love you too, he said, and to his surprise, he meant it. How foolish he had been to throw away his life for Sakura, the bitch. As footsteps got closer, he asked, will you wait for me? With a nod, she gave him another kiss. I will. Traitor? I've never betrayed anyone, not Konoha, not Aizen. Sama, number 1. Naruto gave the two Anbu members a big smile. No worries, guys. Just help me a bit with the cuffs and everything else will be fine, Datbeo. Though their body language begged for concern, the two men said nothing as they quietly took the chains off the walls in preparation for meeting him at the gallows. The Kyuubi sighed as they dragged him, unopposing, out of the cell and through the prison. It appears that the end is near, Kit. Fearful? You? I am, of course. I don't think I'll be here forever. And even if it is, it's going to be hell because all these stupid people in charge of me have pretty much guaranteed it. Naruto said, sorry, Kyuubi, as they were ushered into the dazzling sunlight and he heard the cheers of the assembly. Don't be. I doubt many humans would be as brave as you, Kid, out of all the humans I could have died with. Remember me when you arrive in paradise or wherever it may be. Naruto sadly acknowledged that the Kyuubi did, in fact, care for him despite their animosity, and that he would never see or hear him again. Together, they thought, Showtime, smiling glumly at Naruto as he stood on the gallows, bound between two stone pillars, resembling a crucified man. The village leaders were positioned on either side of the wooden platform, which was built right in the center of the square. The entire village was gathered in front of him to witness the event. There were those on the ground and those atop the structures. They were all laughing and clapping, calling for the demon to be killed. A few threw trash and spoiled food at him. But somewhere, out of the corner of his eye, atop one of the structures, huddled alone, was a small group. A glimpse of Team 8 and Rock Lee, the Kanemaru Corps, and Asuma and his group sitting on the roof together, taking in the scene below, also escaped his notice. As Kurenai held Hinata, he noticed that she was staring at him and that her shoulders were trembling slightly. Tsunade held up her hands in request of quiet. With a slow murmur, the crowd fell silent. We are gathered here today to bear witness to the execution of Uzumaki Naruto, former Konoha shinobi and S. rank traitor, for the crimes of high treason and attempted murder of a clan head. Riotous cheers. Everyone is the same. They enjoy hearing their own voices, the fox muttered. As a shinobi he is allowed one honor. Death at the hands of one of his fellow shinobi. Will the appointed step forward? As Sasuke advanced, the applause grew louder. The Uchiha's decision to exorcise the demon was warmly welcomed by the audience. Tsunade questioned, any last words? As Sasuke exposed his arm to the shoulder. With a shrug of his shoulders and a dead-eyed look in his blood-red eyes, Naruto stayed silent. Excellent, grinned Sasuke. Chidori. The fist exploded out of his back in a shower of blood, rupturing his heart and passing right through his chest. Sasuke pushed his ear close to Naruto's lips as he ran him through to the shoulder. Sasuke grinned broadly. Now that I have the Mangekyo Sharingan, I can kill Itachi. Blood spit out of Naruto. Sass. Uke, I win. And he forced a last ditch smile. It was the kind grin that Naruto had long since, before everything, given. Burying herself in Kurenai's embrace, Hinata's whimpering sobs and scream were muffled above the cheers of the crowd. With a low headshake, Danzo swore to himself. My work, Itachi's, Naruto's, undone. Tsunade. You. Everything was silenced by Sasuke's scream. He ought to have received the Mangekyo Sharingan, as everyone knew. The village's only chance of overcoming Itachi and the Akatsuki was through it. However, they all witnessed what Naruto had done when they saw Sasuke peering through the metal of his headband. In his dying moments, he had refused Sasuke the one thing he really wanted from him. The passing of his closest pal. Memories of a dead man are worthless, who I was before is meaningless. Ulquiorra's eyes opened. There was something soft and pale beneath him that radiated a silvery light. A massive golden phoenix with red flame. Colored eyes hung over him. With a slow frown, Ulquiorra awoke and discovered that he was in his sealed form, with his Zanpakuto resting next to him. Was this the afterlife that he lived? He lay on a floor made of a silky, pure white material. There was a tall, deep royal purple vaulted ceiling above him. It seems like I'm finally getting paid for my previous life. A voice said, Why, you seem a bit more optimistic now, Ulquiorra. Suddenly, he turned around and saw a massive throne made of a vast black material that was carved with thousands of gems in a million different colors and shades, resembling a phoenix, lion, and dragon emerging from a pool of fire. A massive mirror, standing 12 feet tall and 8 feet wide, surrounded by a golden serpent frame and crowned by a large silver hawk, stood in front of the throne. Another enormous being sat atop the throne. Ulquiorra was certain of who he was staring at. The King of Spirits. The supreme being over all of creation. The supreme being in existence. Its body was the color of sunlight and darkness woven together, and its eyes were the color of white fire. It wore a voluminous purple robe adorned with ornate golden accents. It had no hair. Instead, the pentagram of paganism, the sickle moon, the eight-spoke wheel, the Star of David, the Shinto gate, the symbol of Hinduism, the crucifix, and thousands of other symbols of faith were scattered across the bald dome. However, he was taken aback by something. The Spirit King was elderly. Extremely old. His long beard hung down his chest and was secured around his waist by a belt. His eyes were clear and bright, despite the lines and wrinkles on his face. Ulquiorra Cifer, welcome to the Transcendent Realm, said the Spirit King. His voice was both gentle and violent, thunderous and soft. I have watched your progress with great interest. Ulquiorra couldn't even speak, merely dropping to one knee and bowing, shocked that he was here and that the Soul King was who he was. Whatever the case, he was at a loss for words. Do you know why I summoned you here? Ulquiorra shook his head, his eyes still fixed on the ground. No, Your Majesty. With a soft smile, the Spirit King got off his throne and approached him cautiously. He stood over him, projecting his body like a pillar of light. Like a grandfather cuddling his little grandchild, he put his hand on his head and softly tousled his hair. Your Majesty. That's a new one. Most are too surprised at seeing me. Ulquiorra, have you seen yourself? Ulquiorra raised his gaze and noticed a reflection of himself in his eyes. Had he been feeling anything, he would have started. His left side, with its white complexion and tear marks, black hair, mask, white uniform, and Zanpakuto, was typical. His green eyes were empty. However, he was on the opposite side. A kunai holster was strapped to his thigh, and he had peach skin, 3 peculiar whisker marks, wild blonde hair, and a single cerulean eye in addition to his orange and blue jumpsuit. Uzumaki Naruto, he exclaimed, taken aback. With regret, the Spirit King nodded. I am afraid I must apologize to you, Ulquiorra. I'm so sorry for all the pain you suffered. I made a terrible mistake. An error? How on earth could the Spirit King go wrong? Ulquiorra pondered. I'm afraid, very easily, the king muttered. Ulquiorra blinked in shock before realizing that the Spirit King was extremely strong and could see right into his head. Ulquiorra was gently led towards the mirror by the Spirit King, who said, You see, Ulquiorra, there are many different dimensions, as you know, each a different reality, unique among its brethren. However, the dimension you were in just now, made up of the worlds of Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, Hell and the Mortal World, is special. It is the only dimension which allows access to this one. That is why the Shinigami exist, to protect the door. The Spirit King laughed. I suppose Neutro was right. They're only glorified guard dogs now I come to think about it. He looked to Ulquiorra to see if he would chuckle. Though a tiny part of Ulquiorra wanted to laugh at the Spirit King's joke, she kept her expression neutral. The Spirit King gave a nod, as though a conviction or theory had been validated. Every other dimension has instant access to either paradise or hell, each one different for each religion in each realm, but on rare occasions, strong beings, he continued, gently placing Ulquiorra in front of the mirror. At this point, the mirror's surface began to ripple like disturbed water, revealing the moment of the execution. Can break through the barrier between the dimension and enter another. Ulquiorra forced his thoughts back to the present, even though the Spirit King's revelations were circling his mind constantly, and he saw Sasuke growl with rage and Naruto slump. Then he witnessed Naruto's soul depart, floating away while he screamed in agony and trembled violently. He saw Naruto and the fox being split, the Kyuubi fading with an ethereal howl of agony, as he watched in increasing awe and fear. And then Naruto was gone. Suddenly, the mirror shifted to Hueco Mundo. In the sand, Naruto was rolling and screaming, his skin turning pale and hardening. Before long, an entire group of Adjudicas had gathered around the boy, yelling, and observing the form change. You broke into Hueco Mundo, so wretched, so sunk in despair. You were trapped between your mortal form and a hollow existence, Ulquiorra exclaimed as Naruto abruptly rose to his feet and killed the Adjudicas in front of his shocked eyes. And from there you evolved, the Spirit King said, causing the mirror to fade into darkness and revealing Ulquiorra in front of Kurosaki, an irresistible force colliding with an immovable object. With a tiny golden tear streaming down his cheek, the Spirit King questioned softly, Do you know the reason why you hated Kurosaki? Ulquiorra and Kurosaki engaged in a ferocious duel, each sporting a mask of emptiness and a determined face. Because he reminded you of what you once were. Ulquiorra observed from above the dome as he and Kurosaki continued their battle. Naturally, that was accurate. The human was so strong that it was infuriating. How could someone fight for others? It was not understandable. It's not fair. They exclaimed as they struggled. Had been Ulquiorra's first thought. Because of her and her friend's foolishness, such naivete and faith in one another, he had tormented Inoue. Everyone ultimately betrays their friends. Assisting them had not benefited Naruto and would not benefit Kurosaki either. Do you know why you lost? As Ulquiorra and the hollow-fied Kurosaki engaged in combat across the sky, Ulquiorra spat, I was weak and pathetic. The King of Spirits shook his head. No. You wanted to lose. Ulquiorra gave the Spirit King a disbelieving glance. He reminds you of who you once were. You reminded yourself of all you once hated. You realized that Kurosaki had to win. Your Lanza del Relampago was barely at full strength. You wanted him to win. You didn't want him to suffer like you did. Ulquiorra observed his reflection behaving in a very strange way. It made no attempt to strike Kurosaki. He realized that I was being reticent. A moist substance slithered down his right cheek. He withdrew a tear from his eye by lifting his Naruto hand to his cheek. Sadly, the Spirit King grinned. You were not meant to die that day, Ulquiorra. It was a mistake on my part. I called you here to give you an offer. Ulquiorra turned to face the king, who was seated on his throne, and observed him closely. You were not meant to die, Ulquiorra. As Naruto, you should have lived a long and healthy life. Alas, the Kyuubi no Yoko was bound to you and as a result you suffered great pain and torments. You deserve happiness, Ulquiorra. I offer you another chance. I will return you to your home dimension, and I will give you another chance. Will you accept it? Ulquiorra did not pause to consider. No. The Spirit King gave a nod. You assume that Naruto is meaningless. You assume that thousands of years have passed since your death. Dimensions have different timescales, and Hueco Mundo is different. Only 3 years have passed, but there is more you should know. Naruto would have saved the world, or doomed it. The chance of the world's continued existence and prolonged happiness rested entirely on your shoulders. Who you were is not meaningless. Ulquiorra stared directly into the eyes of his victim and said, "My death made it so. I am meaningless. After my death I desired only purpose." His voice was cold and empty. Ulquiorra bowed and knelt, waiting for the king to speak. "I am an espada. A weapon. A tool. I require a purpose, or I require extermination. I do not require happiness, your majesty." It was true that he had changed since he was Naruto. His only goal had been to be the ideal weapon. He finally realized what the missing Nin had meant when he said that he was a weapon, having suffered like Zabuza. Having a purpose, albeit a brutal and gory one, meant staying sane. Tormented by his dark memories, his entire hollow existence had made life into an uncontrollable nightmare from which he could not escape. But for a reason. The Spirit King cleared his throat. What about the heart? What about Hinata? The sensation of her body's gentle warmth, her heart's beating, and her lips gently meeting his. "I love you." Ulquiorra stopped. "How about Hinata? Chan?" The emptiness in his chest pulled at him, causing the Naruto side to start crying once more and his own side to tremble with an unexplained feeling. Meaningless, he choked out, not sure if he was telling the truth or not. Love such as she spoke of does not exist. Hinata. Chan will have found another to replace me. It is of no importance. A soft whisper came from the mirror and he turned. Konoha. He became enraged at the sight itself. But in a strange, eerie way, it also felt comforting. His former apartment building, the academy, the cemetery, the Hogate monument, and the Ichiraku ramen stand were all there. Every site is known and was once cherished. It provided a cathartic experience. The mirror zoomed in on Hinata's room as it moved closer to the Hyuga mansion. She had changed significantly in the past 3 years. Her body was dressed in a long light gray and purple jacket with cargo pants, and her hair was now long, dark lavender tresses that fell to the small of her back. Her breasts had grown in size, giving the impression that she had matured and become even more attractive. With her hands clasped in prayer, she was on her knees before a small shrine. The reflection shifted to an over the shoulder angle. The shrine was uncomplicated but immaculate, as though it were the most significant item in the space. Inside the tiny alcove were a pair of chopsticks bound with a velvet bow, a bloodstained and dirty Konoha headband, and a small picture of Naruto smiling broadly in a gilt frame. Ulquiorra could feel Hinata's gentle voice reverberating from the mirror, and her words made him feel weaker. "Hello, Naruto. Kun. I'm sorry but I've been on a mission for a while, so I haven't had a chance to talk to you. Nothing much here has changed since I was here last. Kiba and Shino help me to carry on more and more. Rock Lee helps as well, but sometimes it's just a struggle getting out of bed. Tsunade has changed so much, even more over the last few weeks. I saw Jiraiya in the wilderness. He still remembers you fondly, and cried with me when we talked about you. Naruto. Kun, I'm so sorry. My father wishes me to marry soon. He's even selected a nobleman already. I've told him I don't want to marry, that the only man I'll ever love is gone, but he won't hear of it. I'm sorry, Naruto. Kun, but it might be that we shall meet again soon." The picture vanished. With his eyes dark and his face uncharacteristically haunted and angry, Ulquiorra turned to face the Spirit King. "Is this a punishment? Do you show me these things to punish me for serving Aizen?" "Sama?" The King of Spirits shook his head. "No, I only show you this to remind you of your past. Ulquiorra, do you not wish to help your old friends? Do you not desire peace? Happiness?" With a silent expression, Ulquiorra gazed at the Spirit King. "Many will die if you send me back," he said slowly, his eyes darting back to the mirror. "I know. But I trust you to kill only those who you need to. I doubt you wish 60 years of violent happiness followed by eternity in hell." Ulquiorra gave a nod. "Then, send me back." With a smile, the Spirit King appeared considerably more amiable and less solemn. He nodded and gave Ulquiorra a shoulder clap. "Excellent," he said. "Now, Ulquiorra, before you return, what about your body? Will you return to Hinata and the elemental nations as Naruto, or as Ulquiorra?" Ulquiorra peered into the mirror, which revealed the elemental nations once more. "Naruto Uzumaki or Cifer Ulquiorra. I found purpose as Ulquiorra. I am no longer a shinobi, I am an espada." With a smile, the Spirit King spun him around to face the mirror. The great Naruto bridge and the land of waves came into sight as the view faded. As his body gradually stabilized, he prepared to be taken back to his previous residence. Still, the way he returned was not quite as stately as he might have hoped. He was propelled through the mirror by the Spirit King's kick to his rear. The Spirit King called, "Good luck, Ulquiorra. Head to Sanagakure as soon as possible. Preferably in 3 days." As he flew through the mirror, which sucked at him like water, Ulquiorra marveled briefly at the Spirit King's seeming insanity as he faded into unconsciousness. When Ulquiorra awoke, she felt strange. He was either in it or lying on it. He was unable to identify it. His shoulders rolled into the fabric. Ultimately, he decided that the emotion was softness. It was an odd and strange feeling to someone who had spent centuries or millennia in the icy stones and sand of Hueco Mundo. He then sensed something touching his arm. His eyes blinked open slowly. He lay in a grassy field close to a cliff, surrounded by tiny white flowers, and close by Kabikirabocho, a wooden grave marker for Haku, had been driven deeply into the ground. He slowly sat up and stared at Zabuza's weapon, the blade covered in rust. Apart from the rust and the streaks of bird poop, the blade had not changed at all. But the angle seemed a little strange from what he could recall. Clearly, in the previous 3 years, someone had tried to steal the sword. When he looked down at his arm, he noticed a tiny bird perched on his forearm. With bright eyes, it peered up at him before taking off with a flutter of wings. Ulquiorra peered down at himself after observing it vanish behind the trees. Wearing his uniform, he had Murcielago fastened around his waist. Raising himself to his feet, he put his hands in his pockets. His mask vanished as he felt the wind brush across his hair, lifting it like a halo of black. He gave a mild look of surprise. The mask represented the Hollow's lost heart, and since he had owned it for so long, losing it felt awkward. But then he realized that it would answer all of the awkward questions. Glancing down at his chest, he reached down and opened his uniform. Like an ugly toad, his hollow hole glared up at him. He was staring at it when a strange feeling started to run through his body. He entered his inner world by going deep into his subconscious. Whereas the Shinigami had to try Jinzen, Arankars could enter their inner world right away. Before he saw the blazing emerald fire of his Ryotsu, he had to walk through the vast darkness of his soul. But there was a peculiar quality to it. There was a strange white aura surrounding it instead of the green fire that represented his power. He felt a strange shiver go across his skin as he carefully ran his hand through the flames. He put his hand back in his pocket and stepped out of his inner world. His eyes opened, and he took in his surroundings. He shifted his attention to the town, moved his body gradually, and walked with purpose in its direction. His soft footsteps pressed down on the grass. A strange impulse caused him to caress the Kabikirabocho tenderly as he was leaving. As he did so, he realized that, aside from Hinata, the only people he respected out of all the people he had known were Haku and Zabuza. It was wonderful that they had lived and died carrying out their duty. They had greatly influenced him in that regard. He wrapped Kabikirabocho in his hand and withdrew the blade from the ground. Despite its filth, the metal glittered brilliantly and gleamed in the sun. He would remember the two of them with the blade. It was as Ulquiorra had anticipated. Even though he had put his jacket back on to avoid awkward questions about his hole and had held Kabikirabocho in a non-threatening way, with the blade down, and several guardsmen staring at him in fear, many of the townspeople had reached for their weapons. Ignoring them, Ulquiorra surveyed the town. It was nearly exactly how he remembered it. All of the buildings had pale stone exteriors with wooden doors and red and brown tiles. He strode into the town square and struck Kabikirabocho in the ground with a long, deliberate swing. He pivoted to survey the villagers. One of the familiar figures emerged from the crush of people. Since his last visit, Tazuna had not changed in the slightest. With a chilly gaze, the elderly man pointed at him. "Who are you, boy? Why do you carry the Kabikirabocho? It was left there by a super fantastic shinobi, and no one has ever had the nerve to move it." Ulquiorra looked up at the man. All through the town there was a sudden pall of cold. The stare was utterly inhumane, empty of sentimentality or feeling and full of a harsh, cold logic. Ulquiorra cast a sidelong glance at Tazuna, whose wide eyes were fixed on him. He experienced a tiny pang of guilt at that moment. The small young man said, "I am Cifer Ulquiorra, Tazuna Sama," and then all of a sudden the pall disappeared and everyone could breathe normally again. Tazuna gave a startled blink. "How do you know?" "You knew me well, I believe, once upon a time." "I have been here once, a very long time ago," Ulquiorra said, nostalgically recalling his first mission. Every villager looked at Tazuna, who was reduced to moving his jaw back and forth in confusion due to his complete lack of surprise. Ulquiorra stared at Tazuna sternly for a minute before turning to face the bridge. "I am a traveler, heading to Suna. However, at one point I was a student of Zabuza Sama. When I heard of his death I decided that I would reclaim his sword and take it to the next wielder. The swords have a will of their own, and Kabikirabocho desires a new master." It was marked, "The Great Naruto Bridge," as he noticed on the sign. "It seems that you held a special place for Uzumaki," he stated icily. "Yes," Tazuna replied, turning to face the bridge. "He helped us in a time of great trouble, saving us from a tyrant." "Did you know him?" "Only by reputation." Tazuna gave a snort. "Then no doubt you heard it from the Konoha." "Nin. They lie and lie about him. They say he betrayed Konoha. They even tried to make us change the super name of the bridge, despite the fact he saved us and this isn't even the land of fire." Ulquiorra gave a nod. "It was expected. They want no one to be reminded of what I did. I have not been to Konoha in many years. What has been happening there lately?" Bitterly, Tazuna shrugged. "I don't know much. They only come here for the goods they trade with us, or for the renaming of the bridge. All I know is that whoever is leading it is an absolute tyrant. If you're heading to Sanagakure, the case cage might know more." Ulquiorra gave a slow nod. He turned and was about to walk away when he stopped, saying, "Thank you, Tazuna Sama." Something made him say, "I hope we meet again one day, Tazuna Sama. There is much to catch up on, and I would hear your tale of Uzumaki, if only to judge the boy myself." Ulquiorra eased the large sword over his shoulders and stepped back, leaving the village with a slow, graceful gait. Tazuna followed him out of sight. Uncertain of the reason, he exclaimed, "See you soon, Ulquiorra San." If anyone had been able to see it, they would have noticed a single tear that was sliding down Ulquiorra's cheek in the direction of his marks. Ulquiorra did not stop, but he did cry out, of course. XXXXX. Ulquiorra moved quickly through the pitch black forest, weaving through the trees at a high speed thanks to his sonido. Every time he landed, he tested Kabikirabocho's weight while holding it tightly. But Ulquiorra caught sight of something. He was becoming less swift. At last, he halted and collapsed to his knees, gasping profusely. Ulquiorra moaned and placed a palm over his forehead. He blinked quickly and shook his head. "What is wrong with me, seriously? I could in Hueco Mundo." He let out a sigh. He was still living. That was the issue. His body was physical and his spiritual pressure had lessened. "This is really annoying," he blurted out as he cast his evil eyes up to the sky. "I am here to stay. The Spirit King forgot to tell me that the consequences of living a mortal body would bind me. I have to eat, sleep, and relieve myself as a result." Ulquiorra gave a dark growl. "I hate that fucking guy." His lips quirked slightly in spite of himself, and then he realized he had just insulted the ruler of existence and quickly stopped talking. Nonetheless, it was comforting to know that Ulquiorra contained a tiny bit of Naruto. It would increase the satisfaction of getting even with him, herself. Ulquiorra got to his feet, grinding his teeth. He extended his hand, grasped the enormous blade, and took control of himself. He arrived at the border between Kei's no Kuni and Kawa no Kuni shortly after that. Despite himself, Ulquiorra moaned and remained motionless once more. He covered his mouth and ran a hand through his hair. I see that moving too quickly also causes me to get sick. All of a sudden, a tiny hand grabbed his, pulled him gently to a rock, and sat him down. Ulquiorra gave an involuntary nod of gratitude before raising his head. His startled eyes grew wide. He saw Uzumaki Naruto standing in front of him, grinning mischievously. Ulquiorra was unable to even ask the question. What? I'm a memory, Datbeo. He exclaimed, giving that angrily encouraging applause. Ryo. Sama awakened me to help you. To help us. We are the same soul. More or less I grant you. Naruto chuckled. I'm the memory of what you once were. I'm not Naruto any more than your Kakashi. Teme, Ryo. Sama thought that it would be better if we hung out a little. Ulquiorra gave him such a hard glare that Naruto blushed, turned away, and nervously rubbed his hands. Ulquiorra said, hung out? In a way that made the entire situation sound like a death sentence. Ulquiorra studied the memory intently for a moment before responding, yeah. I help you out here and there by showing you how you would have once acted and give you a little advice on some jutsu and stuff. And what do you get? He finally posed. Nothing. I don't exist. I'm all in your head, Datbeo. He exclaimed before vanishing like smoke in the wind and giving another thumbs up. Ulquiorra let out a sigh and went back to studying the numerous defects his body appeared to have developed overnight. Though he had to admit that having helped to distract him from what the Spirit King had done himself to hand could be helpful in certain circumstances. He studied the changes in his body and scowled. Even though they were slightly reduced, he was still able to use his Hyro and regeneration based on his feelings. Even so, he didn't think many people outside of the cage would be able to hurt him. He glared at his stomach then. It gave him a fierce growl. I think I'm hungry. And that, at last. Ulquiorra shifted uneasily. Ulquiorra thought to herself, my genitals are feeling strained, with mild irritation. After a few minutes, he stood up and disappeared into the foliage. This is weird. I haven't had alcohol in a long time, he muttered as he slung Kabikirabocho over his shoulder and looked around again. After a few steps, Ulquiorra's needs became too great to ignore. He felt his stomach snarl like a savage dog and started to salivate. He came to a stop and surveyed the area. He stood in the middle of Kei's no Kuni's sands as the sun descended below the horizon. An endless ocean of sand stretched out before his strong eyes toward the west. Looking at it brought back memories. The sand turned white as the sun's last rays hit it. Looking concerned, he cast a sidelong glance at his memory as he appeared. Are you okay, Ulquiorra? Kun? Ulquiorra's stomach gave a fierce growl in response on his behalf. Ulquiorra gave him a fierce look as Naruto giggled softly. Ulquiorra extended his pesquisa to scan the area for any living things. Before long, he sensed a village far away. To his amazement, he grabbed Naruto by the shoulder and employed Sonido once more. They were standing at the edge of the village in a heartbeat. Naruto gave him a shy smile as she looked up. Ulquiorra felt a surge of protectiveness for the memory. It was an unfamiliar and strange feeling, but he figured it couldn't hurt to have one more vulnerability. There were roughly 200 buildings of different sizes, all composed of a light beige stone. The evening sun was shining on an oasis of shimmering periwinkle blue, and the aroma of cooking sand dumplings wafted in. Ulquiorra was nudged by Naruto. Hey, Ulquiorra. Kun, how do you intend to eat? My plan is to take some food, put it in my mouth, and chew, was his deadpan response. Naruto grinned. Sorry, stupid question. Ulquiorra gave him an evil look. I am no fool. I shall improvise to gain some food. I'll have to give them some kind of service and get a little food in exchange. He heard the noises of a fight even as he entered the village. He moved away from Naruto and took hold of Kabikirabocho in a form fit for battle. The sound of fighting reverberated throughout the village, followed by the gentle piercing sound of metal. As he advanced farther into the village, cries pierced the atmosphere. Before long, the sickening smell of blood was apparent. His heart rate increased as he turned the corner and saw the crowded main square. Not even against the hollow-eyed Kurosaki, it had been a long time since he felt that way. He was this enraged by one thing only. Konoha. Nin. They surrounded the villagers, a good dozen of them standing in front of him. Each was dressed in the village's dark green flak jacket and dark pants. From what he could sense, they were all chunin, and from the look of things, each seemed strong, though that made sense. Even Tsunade wasn't foolish enough to send some weak shinobi on a mission that clearly needed to be completed quickly and quickly withdrew. Things had gotten worse after his death, as evidenced by the presence of Konoha. Nin and their attacks on the K's no Kuni people. The villagers watched in horror as the chunin took hold of them one by one and, after asking a series of pointed questions, parted their throats completely. They were being led by a thin man with dark hair and glasses who might have been an Aburame, but he was unable to see a Kakaichu. He seemed to be selecting individuals at random. Ulquiorra occasionally lost his composure. When Kurosaki implied that he was turning human, he responded instinctively, moved quickly in response to Grimmjow's disobedience, and shamed himself by disclosing his segunda etapa to Kurosaki. This was one of those occasions when he followed his instincts. He stepped forward, aiming his finger at the closest shinobi. The bala grew until it was about a half-foot wide, then it contracted around his finger and shot out like a thunderbolt. The almost silent Ryatsu orb flew straight and true, going unnoticed by anyone until it made contact with its target. The shinobi was so close to screaming that he could not even draw breath. He blew him away, and almost immediately after, the pressured heat from the blast cauterized the wound on his side. Before colliding with the sand, the shinobi shot several feet into the air. In the space of a heartbeat, the entire village fell silent. The commander pivoted on his heel and cast an air of astonishment at Ulquiorra. The man asked, "How did you sneak past the Kakaichu?" He spoke in a reserved, detached manner, just like all the Aburame, but his posture and odor practically betrayed concern. With haste, the other shinobi surrounded Ulquiorra and drew Tonto and Kanai, glaring at the enigmatic newcomer with their blades. Although they all appeared composed, their anxious looks back at the corpse showed their fear. Ulquiorra said coldly, "The Kakaichu sense chakra. I have none," and held up the Kabikirabocho, poised to strike. He felt the joy of his old battle. Lust returning, the one he had once shared with Naruto. This would be enhanced by that. One cried out, "Stand down, Gaki. We have you outnumbered." But the leader cut her down. "How did you kill Aki? San, if you have no chakra?" Ulquiorra used Sonido to say, "A Keki Genkai, of sorts. Forgive me, but I must now remove you from existence." He then vanished in a flash of static. It took the shinobi hardly any time to realize that he was gone, but then one fell, sliced in two from hip to shoulder by Kabikirabocho. The earth turned red as bone and blood burst everywhere. Shocked and scared, the shinobi leapt back. Ulquiorra whirled around, unleashing a second bala that blew Akunoichi's head off. He launched the Kabikirabocho into the earth and leapt skyward. The Kabikirabocho was slowing him down, and he needed speed. Kabikirabocho would have to wait a little longer to drink. After landing on the roof of the central building, the leader called for the Kakaichu and they swarmed Ulquiorra, turning it into a spherical prison by moving his hands in intricate seals. Ulquiorra took one look at them. They didn't appear to pose much of a threat, but the enclosure they created was surprisingly thick, about a foot thick, and he could hear thousands of insects buzzing incessantly. This shouldn't pose a problem, he concluded, pulling out a bala. To put it mildly, the resultant effect was unexpected. The blast injured his hand and only part of the explosion passed through the barrier. His fingers were scorched on the skin, and blood spurted from the damaged digits. Shocked, he stared at his hand. How in the world? As his hand gradually healed, Ulquiorra turned to face the barrier and said, "The blast did more damage to my own hand than it did to the barrier. Maybe." He examined the Kikaichu by reaching out with his Pesquisa. He blinked, startled. They radiated an intensity of brightness that defied reason. They had recently overindulged in chakra. I understand. The chakra encircles them like a barrier. I have to use more force in order to break out. Ulquiorra pressed even more power into each hand, gathering a bala in each. He closed his hands around the Ryatsu and dipped them into the Kakaichu. He tore the prison apart, turning the insects into dust. The Aburame stared at the prison impassively. The air filled with the constant drone of insects, trapping the enigmatic teenage girl. He gave the others a nod. Prepare a jutsu apiece. We need to bring him in. Tsunade. Sama will doubtless desire to examine him. With a nod, the others initiated the hand seals required for their respective jutsu. The Aburame turned to face the prison again and scowled a little when he noticed a red glow coming from the cage. The boy is getting ready for another Keki Genkai attack. The chakra the earlier. Eating Kakaichu should. Slowly, from the mass of insects, two fists appeared, drew a rift in the cage, and glowed red. The young man pulled himself free and stood motionless in front of them. The boy drew the admiring and startled gaze of all the shinobi. Wondering, the Aburame shook his head. How? The boy remained silent. All he had to do was point, and two more fingers were blown away as the red light disappeared from them. Ulquiorra turned to look at the two who were about to execute a simultaneous jutsu. Kaden. Gokakyu no Jutsu. Doden. Hitsugi Nadare no Jutsu. Coffin Avalanche. A number of boulders were ripped from the desert and thrown into the air, where they flowed like water and reshaped into hollow containers, as the orb of fire shot directly towards him. Probably to capture him and sufficiently burn him to return to Konoha. That would be nice for him, a very quick resolution to his grudge. However, it was far more satisfying to win if you first made the enemy realize how hopeless they were. Ulquiorra cast a scornful glance at them. He moved Sonido. Wise behind the shinobi and rammed his fist into the Kaden user's back, saying, "Child's play." His blood stained fist exploded out of his chest. With the edge of his hand, he severed the shinobi's companion's head after tearing it out of his chest. As he advanced and started to methodically butcher the others, the villagers, who had been silently watching the battle up to this point, started to scream. He blasted one person's head off, severed their arm, and then used that limb to beat another person to death. Ulquiorra was a crazed tornado of destruction. He had killed the offending shinobi with one jutsu, having turned the tables on him in the process. Before long, there was just the Aburame and a kunoichi. They stood before him, the woman practically trembling with fear and the man clearly worried. Ulquiorra's hands were dripping with blood, leaving his arms covered in crimson fluid. Calm breathing, he was startled to discover he was becoming tired. I have to stop this right now. Ulquiorra shot forward like a thunderbolt, the ground splintering under his feet. Just in time, the kunoichi turned away, but not so fortunately for the leader. He collapsed to his knees, his bugs whirling with fear and bewilderment. The shinobi leader was impaled on the wall of the closest house after Ulquiorra's fist became embedded in him. The man, barely alive, gushed large streams of blood. Below them, the sand was more like mud. Ripping his fist from the man, Ulquiorra turned slowly to look at the woman. Her breath was coming quickly from terror as she looked at him in horror. She turned and started to run, shakily. Ulquiorra watched her leave with detached eyes. He picked up the Kabikirabocho after moving over to it. He spun it around in his hand and flung it at the running woman. With the force of the blade, she was impaled like a spear as it sliced through the air. That was cool, but cold. Ulquiorra cast a quick glance at Naruto, who appeared noticeably unwell. It had to be done. I would rather go unnoticed. A soft thump landed in his back from a kunai. With its point blunted, the blade dropped to the sand. Ulquiorra looked up at the commander. You still breathe? Extraordinary. I shall commend you to your superiors before I consume them. With a flick of another bala, Ulquiorra destroyed the man. Naruto gave him a worried glance but remained silent. Ulquiorra cast a sidelong glance at him, his gaze curious. Does something trouble you? Softly, no, Ulquiorra. Kun, was the response. After circling around the village, Ulquiorra strode back until he was in front of the kunoichi who had the Kabikirabocho impaling her. He then ripped it from her corpse with a spurt of blood. He felt the satisfaction of the blade as he watched the blood seep into the sword. The sound of approaching footsteps caused him to look up from the sword. The villagers were racing in their direction. The plump man who led them, who was in his late 50s, took a big breath and began to perspire profusely. Thank you, Shiro. Sama, for helping us. Ulquiorra's eyes betrayed his surprise. In his long life, he had received very few expressions of gratitude. Orihime, Hinata, and a couple more. Never deal with unfamiliar people. He was unsure of how to react. After glancing between the village chief and the espada, Naruto gave him a sharp elbow to the ribs. "Sir, you don't have to thank me," he answered. He glanced at the leader and then at the dead shinobi. "I came across your home and saw what was happening. I have my own vendetta with the Konoha. Nin. What were they doing here?" The man trembled. They were looking for a shinobi who had run from Konoha about 2 years ago. A man called Amino Uruka. Ulquiorra sensed a sudden shift in the ground beneath him. Uruka. Sensei? Had his former teacher abandoned the village? Why? Naruto appeared taken aback. Glad of his unwavering mask, Ulquiorra asked, what did they want with such a man? The individual shrugged. He was a missing nin. Nothing special though. He was little more than a drunkard, broken up about the death of his apprentice. They were only looking for him because this was the only place he left a trail. Was he really that upset by my death? He had never expected real regret for his execution from anyone other than Hinata and her team. He had intended to put Uruka to death with the others. Knowing that Uruka had such deep affection for him moved him. With a nod, he turned back to face the dead. He made a Kabikirabocho gesture in their direction. I apologize. Their commanders will soon send more. I have only assured a death sentence for the village. The man gave a somber nod. Yes. But we can flee to Suna. We will be safe there. Ulquiorra gave him a doubtful glance. The individual shrugged. However, we owe you a debt of gratitude. How can we repay you? Ulquiorra grinned miserably, his stomach growling. Food and bed? Yes, he answered. He pointed to the bodies. I shall dispose of the shinobi remains. I doubt they deserve any funeral rites. The man nodded, the words bringing a macabre joy to his face. For the next 30 minutes, Ulquiorra worked to construct a pyre on which he threw the corpses, set them ablaze, destroyed what remained with his bala, and scattered the ashes to the sands. The food that was served to him was basic but nutritious. He was used to simple food anyway. The bird was served with potatoes and a few tiny dumplings after being cooked in a tender stew. Ulquiorra tucked into it with the gleeful abandon of an Ajukas who is starving. Naruto continued to look worried as everyone stared at him with a mixture of surprise and mild amusement at his appetite. Ulquiorra ate enough to feed 8 men for about 30 minutes, at which point he put down his plate and bowed his head. Arigato, he uttered civilly. With a smile, the village chief bowed his head. Doidashimashite. You must have been hungry, lad. Ulquiorra gave a nod. Yes. My last meal was many days ago. The head of the village gave a nod. Do you mind if I ask where you come from then, Ulquiorra? I have never heard of a Keki Gengai which didn't use chakra. With folded hands, Ulquiorra sat down. I come from a land called Hueco Mundo. Your surprise is not unusual. This land is far beyond the borders of your maps and beyond the ken of your sailors and navigators to find. It is far to the east and to the south. As for my Keki Genkai, we use a different energy to power our abilities in my country. Yes, all my fellow countrymen can use similar abilities, even the most humble of us. The villagers whispered, and the man shook his head in surprise. You require no chakra to use your abilities? That is incredible. Many nations here would gladly sell themselves to your land. As your allies they would be powerful indeed. Ulquiorra gave a shrug. I doubt it. We were only a united kingdom for a short while under Aizen Sama. However, he is gone and without him, the endless night will return to how it was once before. The endless night? The sun does not touch our shores. But I have spoken too much of a land that I will never see again, nor will you. If I may ask, what has happened over the last 3 years? That was when I last was in these parts. The leader shook his head and had a somber expression while the other villagers looked helpless and sipped their alcohol. Ah. These are dark days. Since Konoha executed their Jinchuriki they have been solidifying their power in other ways. They have trade agreements with Suna and Mizu no Kuni, which we all have to accept, if only out of fear. Fear? The Konoha. Nin killed the 9. Tails Jinchuriki. They have nothing to influence anyone now. Ah, you would be right. But their military is stronger than any other nation, and they have the Uchiha clan. Judging by your gaze, Shiro Sama, the clan is an enemy of yours. Ulquiorra nodded, sending a jolt of cold through the room as his Ryatsu spiked. When he looked up, the pressure disappeared. Yes. I apologize for the pressure I forced upon you, but it is an unintended side effect of the Keki Genkai. It is similar to killing intent. You were saying? The Uchiha clan head, Uchiha Sasuke I believe, has risen through the ranks like a shooting star. He is an Anbu member and part of the village council, as befits a clan chief. He has been part of many missions and has copied many techniques. Ulquiorra gave a nod. As always, it seems the Uchiha's supremacy is founded in their theft. And despite losing their Jinchuriki, they have a large military, far outweighing that of Suna, Iwa or Kiri. Their Jonin are powerful and they say that Uchiha Sasuke is very powerful. Kumo is the exception, but as ever, they worry that their many mighty techniques might be copied by the copycat ninja and the Uchiha. Ulquiorra gave a nod. He had a lot on his mind. It appeared that he would need to reassess his role and his competencies. He bowed and said, I thank you. But I must sleep and have much to plan. The man nodded to a small boy. Of course, my grandson will take you to a place where you can sleep. I am afraid we will be gone by morning. It would be unwise to linger here. We shall leave food and a change of clothes, however. Ulquiorra bowed while standing. He'd only ever bowed to Aizen Sama, but for his assistance, this man deserved so much respect. I thank you. May I ask one last favor? Yes, of course. When you arrive in Suna, say you were saved by a stranger, but do not describe me or my powers. I would rather the Konoha Nin not know who I am and what I am capable of, for now. I understand. We will be suitably silent. Ulquiorra reclined on the futon by the window, gazing at the ceiling with a fixed gaze. Naruto pouted and crossed his arms as he sat on the nearby floor. Did I ever really look that bad? It's amazing they didn't put me to death sooner. Ulquiorra, can I speak to you? If you must. Do you feel guilty about killing those people? No. Why not? I had to kill them to make sure none of them returned to Konoha. Stillness. I killed them because I wanted to. Because they killed you, the person said without question. Yes. Naruto gave him a scowl. There was more to it than that, Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra took a while to respond. After giving it some thought, he cast a bewildering glance at his memory. I killed them for 3 reasons. 1. I couldn't let them return to Konoha with my description, as it would make it harder to collect allies. 2. They were Konoha Nin, and it gave me a large amount of satisfaction. 3. I will admit, it made me angry to see them tormenting the villagers. Naruto grinned broadly as his scowl subsided. Good. Pardon? You're not Uzumaki Naruto anymore. You're Ulquiorra Cifer. Ryo. Sama doesn't mind you killing all these people so long as it was justified. Forgive me, but I was under the impression he was benevolent? Yeah, and you're his instrument of justice here. You plan to destroy Konoha. But you might do more than that during your lifetime. I'm simply here as a little reminder to make a few moral decisions throughout your war. I see. I take it you are invisible to everyone else then, by your earlier comments and no one spotting you during the meal? Yeah. I'm all in your head, Datbeo. And he was gone. Ulquiorra was starting to see why the Spirit King was extending his invitation. Ulquiorra was the only person in the village the following day. He was full of energy when he woke up and ate the breakfast that the villagers had left for him. He went over his list of shortcomings, apart from the limitations of a mortal body, while he was eating. First of all, to say that his chakra was small would be an understatement. He was inferior to the shinobi since he lacked any jutsu ability and only had the chakra of a common person. That theory was confirmed by the Aburame's imprisonment of him. It might be harder than he thought to overcome chakra barriers and the like. He also needed to reevaluate his strength. He could get tired in combat, as demonstrated by the fight the day before, though maybe the Kakaichu had something to do with that. Chakra, despite his already meager amount, was the physical body's power in this dimension, so it made sense that they had taken it from him. That being said, he was now reevaluating his position even though he was still fairly certain that he could mount a formidable defense against the majority of opponents. Using sheer force would be effective against nearly all targets, but he needed to exercise caution when facing the cage and potentially Jonin. He was going to be severely damaged by the power they possessed, and he had no idea how quickly his regeneration would repair the damage. On the conservative side, he thought he could handle most opponents, but he would have to use a little more wiles against the Jonin and other foes. When he was done, he got up and took stock of his appearance. He was pretty clean, save from a little dirt and staining that he could explain away as a result of traveling and bandits. He chose not to take the Kabikirabocho to Suna. It would return swiftly to Konoha and be easily recognized as one of the 7 swords of the mist. With a weapon like that, the wielder would command attention, so for the time being, stealth was required. After setting down the blade on the room's floor, he went outside. Extending his pesquisa to the limit of its capabilities, he perceived a vast assembly of souls in the distant. If he was any judge, it contained several hundreds, if not thousands of entries. After gathering himself, he played the sonido. The following day, he landed outside Suna. He must have gone to the village some 100 miles away. He thought back to what the Spirit King had said as he made his way across the desert, past the massive stone head that marked the gate and was buried in the sand. Head to Sanagakure as soon as possible. Preferably in 3 days. He halted abruptly, his thoughts racing. On the night he arrived in this dimension, he had made a stop in the village. Had it only lasted 1 day, though? He could have blacked out during a breather or rest stop, for all he knew. What was the duration of his soul's return to this place to take on the form of a mortal body? The physical strain on his body was the reason he had taken so long to arrive. On his first day, he realized he had hurt his body in every step, so he had slowed down to avoid taxing his Ryotsu and regeneration. He counted quickly. He was probably on time because, based on his estimation, it was 3 days after his return. He made his way quickly over to the ravine that led to Suna. His hole burned with fire and a hot, bubbling rage built inside of him as he moved between the stones. Baki, or whatever his name was, and a few other Suna. Nin stood in front of him, talking to 4 figures in a worried tone of voice. An unusual white boy carrying painting supplies. Kakashi Hitaki. Sakura Haruno. Sasuke Uchiha. He thought, his Ryotsu spiking, patience. Later, he would murder them. Even though he didn't know what to say, he had to see Gaara. Nevertheless, he didn't need much willpower to control his bloodlust. He would prefer that they survive to witness Konoha's demise and the destruction of their house. He approached, and Baki noticed him. He yelled, "Halt!" And the group of shinobi turned to face him, the Suna. Nin brandishing their weapons. Ulquiorra cast a detached glance at the recently formed Team Kakashi. It was clear that the stranger had taken his place, but it was unclear how long he had been there. In contrast to Konoha norms, he dressed in darker clothing and carried paintbrushes and scrolls. Though it was far from his pallor, his skin was also sickly pale. Sakura was taller and more mature, if only physically, with shorter hair. She carried several pouches containing files, tubes, and other random medical and scientific objects. She was dressed in gloves and white shorts. Although his protege had changed over the past few years, Kakashi had not. Sasuke wore a dark navy cape with the Uchiha crest across his shoulders, secured with a Sharingan shaped pin, and a sword, a Chakuto, at his belt. With a slightly haughty tilt to his head and lip, his hair was longer and more spikier, and his expression was more distant and frigid. He had on a dark gray flak jacket adorned with a variety of military implements, overlaid with an open neck shirt in a light beige color. Numerous scrolls, kunai, and an Enbu mask covered his belt. Ulquiorra gave the mask a quick look. He was certain that it was the same one that Sasuke had brought into the cell that day, but he could now see the pattern. It was a white hawk mask with black and red accents around the beak and eyes, respectively. Baki moved forward and extended his hand. Stop, stranger. Name yourself and your business here. Ulquiorra bowed down to look at him. Baki nervously swallowed. He felt uneasy about something in those eyes. Baki scowled. I'm Ulquiorra Cifer. Please pardon me, Cifer Ulquiorra. In my homeland, it is the personal name followed by the family name, rather than family name followed by the personal name as it is here. Ulquiorra cast a glance between the Suna, Nin and Baki. As for my business, I am merely a traveler. Though I did hope to meet a friend of mine from a few years ago. Gaara of the Sand. Baki's eyes hardened and he winced. You know Gaara? Yes, even though we only had a short meeting, Ulquiorra answered. What Baki's stance and the others' postures told him alarmed him. Gaara had just been the victim of a horrible incident. Baki yelled, Gaara has been kidnapped. For a few beats, the world flickered in and out of focus. Ulquiorra's power wavered and his brow knotted. Gaara. Who would have the courage? Who by? With a growl. Baki was taken aback by his angry tone. Whoever the snow white stranger was, he was a good man because he loved Gaara very much. A group called Akatsuki. Ulquiorra scowled. The name sounded familiar, like something from a partially heard or partially forgotten dialogue. Akatsuki? They aim to kidnap all the Jinchuriki and extract the tailed beasts and use them as weapons, Kakashi stated. Sorry to bother ya Cifer. San, but I'm surprised you haven't heard of them. Ulquiorra turned back to Baki, his eyes glazed coldly as he answered, I live in a land far across the sea, south and east of Kiri. Tailed beasts are bedtime stories to us. How can I help? With surprise, Baki asked, help? Ulquiorra stared deep into Baki's cold eyes and said, yes, Gaara is an old friend. I desired to see him safe. He has suffered enough. Baki nodded, his lips pursed. Fine, enter, Cifer. San, and welcome. Ulquiorra brushed by Baki and bowed his head gratefully. Reaching out, Baki placed a hand on his shoulder. I apologize, Cifer. San, but you must give me your sword until we have examined you before you can enter. The tension in the air was so great that a knife could have cut it. Ulquiorra's hand coiled defensively around Murcielago's Suka. The shinobi sensed his discomfort and several hefted their weapons, but Baki raised his hands before things got out of control. Hold. Cifer. San, I appreciate that your weapon might be important to you, but please, stand down. Ulquiorra's hands became clenched. He eased up gradually. Gaara alone matters. Taking the blade out of the saya, he said, only you will touch it, Baki. In every direction, the steel reflected sunlight and glittered like ice. He handed it to Baki and remained motionless. Every shinobi gazed at the beautiful weapon. Swords seldom were this quality to the shinobi dimension. Furthermore, Zanpakuto have always been better than mortal weapons. Baki reverently held it while two of his men quickly searched him. After that was finished, they swiftly used a tiny chakra scanner to scan him. Glancing away from their discoveries, they gave Baki a nod. Baki returned Murcielago to Ulquiorra, who sheathed it in a moment. Thank you, Cifer. San. Now will you all follow me? The three students turned to face Suna, but Kakashi saw them and winced. He just shrugged and went after the stranger and the Suna. Nin. Cifer. San, pardon this minor quibble, but I didn't know the Cage had any friends, he said, jabbing the teenager in the shoulder. Ulquiorra quickly answered, as I said, it was a brief meeting, but it influenced the both of us greatly. He stepped back, twitching his fingers at the thought of ripping the Sharingan right out of the man's hand. With an odd smile on his face, the stranger raised his voice as Team Kakashi exchanged quick looks. What land do you come from, Cifer? Kun? It sounds a strange place. Ulquiorra remained silent. Kakashi cleared his throat, then looked between Ulquiorra and the stranger. Ya no, Cifer. San, we're only being polite. You could be a bit friendlier. Ulquiorra darkly replied, that is an alien concept for me, and strode forward. The Suna people looked at the strangers, and their whispers quickly shifted from Gaara's disappearance to the identity of the snow. White stranger. Sakura gave him a scowl. But you were friends with Gaara? Ulquiorra turned to face them again. Our friendship was cemented before I learned any better. His hands were clenched in his pockets as he glanced backward. Besides, I show respect only to those who deserve it. Baki turned to face him, shocked. Team Kakashi came to a halt as they all fixed enraged looks on Ulquiorra. With his hand casually resting on his sword's hilt, Sasuke took a step forward. With his eyes slowly twisting into the Sharingan, he said coolly, "You should show respect to the head of the Uchiha clan." Ulquiorra pivoted once more, staring directly into those wheels. He lowered his head and squinted. He turned his back on Sasuke and dared him to attack, saying, "Clan. You are a king of corpses and rotten flesh. You and Uchiha Itachi are the last Uchiha. There is no clan." With a snarl on his lips, Sasuke drew his sword and let it flash, running the blade along Ulquiorra's collar. The last ones? Itachi is no Uchiha. Ulquiorra remained silent. The last one to insult my clan was executed as a traitor, as was just. Ulquiorra's hands became clenched. This is not Konoha. You don't scare me either, he said, raising his hand and swatting the blade away. If you intend to threaten me, make sure you come at me with everything you have, Uchiha Sasuke. You might not walk away with unscathed. Before Sasuke could gather himself up again, Ulquiorra had started to walk again, followed closely behind by an extremely tense and agitated Baki. Sakura looked over at Kakashi. Who does he think he is, insulting Sasuke? Kun like that? Kakashi gave a shrug. He scratched the back of his head and said, NNNH. Still. He probably lost kin to Uchiha, or has beef with Konoha. Even so, as they followed the others, he couldn't help but think, but there's something off about that kid. It seems appropriate for me to keep a watch on him, he said, noting that Ulquiorra was familiar with Sasuke's name because they were both well known, even in other worlds. They quickly made their way inside as the large sphere that served as the case cage's office quickly came into view. They ascended multiple flights of stairs to arrive at the offices of the council and case cage. Ulquiorra turned his head, startled, to see Temari and Kankuro standing by a big desk piled high with papers and maps. They were chatting quickly with each other and a number of other military personnel who looked like shinobi. Ulquiorra searched the area for the fifth case cage, but there was no one he could identify as having such a shinobi's aura. He noticed the statues of the four former case cage to his right. He knew that Gaara's father was the Yondaime. Then it dawned on him. He looked over at Baki. Is Gaara the case cage? Baki gave a nod. Good. I'm glad he reached the highest pinnacle. Ulquiorra had a clear memory of their exchange, including their fight. Baki cleared his throat. Temari. Sama, Kankuro. Sama, the reinforcements have arrived. Team Kakashi and an old friend. As they scrutinized the newcomers, the group gathered around the table became quiet. While some appeared unsettled and quite concerned upon seeing the Konoha. Nin, everyone was puzzled by Ulquiorra. Baki clarified, this is Cifer Ulquiorra. He's an old friend of Gaara. Temari drew her fan, and Kankuro narrowed his eyes. An old friend of Gaara? He had no friends. Kankuro. San, you would be correct, Ulquiorra bowed his head. But be that as it may, we were friends, though it was a short introduction. It was during the months before and after the Chunin exams, he said. I am here to offer my help in finding him. After sharing a quick look, the two San siblings let loose and motioned for them to come closer. Pointing to the map was Kankuro. The two Akatsuki members attacked Suna and one of them, a blonde missing. Nin from Iwa, abducted Gaara. Kakashi gave a nod. Last I heard, the Akatsuki only have one member from Iwa, a guy called Deidara. A commander from Suna said. He has the Bakuden and a strange kinjutsu which allows him to use explosive clay. Ulquiorra remarked, a crafty foe then. Everyone gave him a quick look. Any piece of clay or stone around him may prove to be a trap. It would be wise to err on the side of caution when planning to deal with him. The shinobi nodded, though they all appeared surprised. Very quick of you to figure that entire thing out, Cifer. San, smiled Kakashi in a mild way. It was logic, nothing more. Ulquiorra pulled out his hand and gestured to the map. Do we have any idea where he fled to? Kankuro gave a nod. I managed to get a bit of cloth from the other member of the pair, Sasori, of this village, and we can follow the chakra residue to their hideout. Kakashi gave a nod. My team will go on ahead and see if we can hold up the ritual long enough for you to arrive. I'd like to see them fight us all off. Ulquiorra was looked at by an elderly woman with shriveled facial hair and gray hair. What will you do, Ulquiorra? Lady Chiyo, Baki began. I will go on ahead of Team Kakashi and execute the Akatsuki if I am able, or hold up the ritual if I cannot. The total stillness of it all caused a whisper to become a scream. Sakura said in a whisper, Are you insane? Ulquiorra muttered the final sentence, No. Though there are times I wonder, as he gave Naruto, who was seated at the desk, a glare and what he could only describe as a cat face, 3, before turning to walk away. Chiyo sadly shook her head. You are too young to search for death, child. He turned and walked away, taking a piece of cloth from a shocked Kankuro, saying, No. I'm too old to live. He turned in mild surprise as he felt a tiny hand on his shoulder as he walked toward the doors. Lady Chiyo looked at him, a macabre twinkle in her eyes, her hand resting on his shoulder. You are a strange boy, Ulquiorra. Come on. Lend an old woman a hand. Seldom was Ulquiorra genuinely taken aback, but this was one of those occasions. He picked Chiyo up as if he were riding her piggyback and turned to face the stunned shinobi in the room. Kakashi questioned, How? How do you intend to get there before us? My Kekkei Genkei, was his succinct response. You had better follow swiftly. I can move very fast. They disappeared with a pop of static. With a gasp, everyone bolted outside. Ulquiorra was off in the distance, moving quickly. Silently cursing that it was a Kekkei Genkei technique and therefore uncopyable, Kakashi and Sasuke left. However, Kakashi blushed. The boy possessed significant power. Put me down, now. Yes, Chiyo. Sama, Ulquiorra answered, placing the elderly woman down on a nearby rock. They were about a dozen miles from Suna, and Ulquiorra's uncontrollably fast speed had the elderly matron very agitated. She appeared a little motion sick and covered her mouth with her hand. How can you? Standing across from her, he said, a unique Kekkei Genkei, found only in my homeland, Hueco Mundo, as he glanced down at the piece of cloth in his hand. After looking at it and using his Pesquisa, he discovered the chakra trickle that leads to Kawa no Kuni. He swore inwardly. It was only a brief stopover for him there. I am sorry, Chiyo. Sama, but time is of the essence. The Akatsuki have Gaara in Kawa no Kuni. We must hurry before they extract Shukaku. Chiyo nodded gradually. She smirked thinly and said, My Ulquiorra, but you can make me feel young again, moving like that. Ulquiorra gave her a quick glance as they walked away. Chiyo. Sama, why are you allied with Konoha? Her hands tightened around his shoulders as she winced. We needed allies after the death of Gaara's father. Konoha offered us reasonable trade deals and agreed to take fewer missions from the K's daimyo so that we could increase income. However, after the death of the Uzumaki boy, it was revealed he was a Jinchuriki. You would think that would slow down Konoha, but no. They have been expanding their military and infrastructure at an alarming rate. Even with the Ichibi, we are no match for their military. About, maybe a month, after the death of Uzumaki, the Konoha Nin began to expand their territory into K's no Kuni and other areas around them to the south. At first it was dark rumors. Villages found empty bar bloodstains and dead animals, clan jutsu missing, kinjutsu vaults looted. Then, rumor became truth. Villages holding anyone the Hokage perceives to be a threat is attacked, their people butchered and enslaved and their jutsu and knowledge looted. She sighed. The third and fourth Hokage would never have stooped to such levels of depravity. They say that Hitaki Kakashi, Teme and Uchiha Sasuke have been assigned to many darker missions of ANS rank. They say that they torture their targets on these missions to show them their techniques so that they can copy them. She inquired about him. His pupils narrowed to dagger thin slits and his lips set in a hard line. Then the big one happened, she remarked gloomily. After 2 towns in the desert were destroyed, Gaara, who had by then become Cage, demanded to know what had been happening. The Konoha. Nin then revealed what they had been doing. Gaara was about to rescind the treaties when they revealed who had been investing most heavily in our economy. Konoha. Yes. You see, Ulquiorra, if we gave up on the trade rights with Konoha, they would remove all the money and funding they had secretly been feeding into Suna. Without it, Suna would collapse. So, we have to turn blind eye to the ever-encroaching advance of Konoha. Even the K's daimyo has to turn the other way. Why? He is new to the job, though most able. Our previous daimyo was removed from power after his part in the fracas of the invasion of Konoha and replaced by his brother. He cannot do much against the Konoha. Nin. The hidden village's independence from the majority of the world has now revealed the poisoned spike in the grip. We cannot call for aid from the daimyo without starting a true war. Not just a shinobi world war, but a true world war. So he has to ignore the bloodshed in his kingdom, out of fear of the high daimyo. It has been made very clear that if we attack Hai no Kuni, then the high daimyo will support the Konoha. Nin with his army. Ulquiorra gave a nod. This was bad news. If they were indiscriminately destroying towns and villages, it was evident that Konoha's influence was expanding. An even more concerning theory was that the other 8 Jinchuriki had not been let loose against them. They possessed a tool or weapon that stopped the other villages from using their magic. If that were the case, he would undoubtedly require allies. Why don't the villages ally and crush Konoha? After all, put it all together and you have 8 Jinchuriki. Not even Hitaki Kakashi and the other Jonin could stop that. Shio gave a somber nod but remained silent. He turned to face her again. I take it Konoha has been investing in several other villages? Yes. Only Kumo is removed from that problem, but they are loath to risk their beloved Jinchuriki. Beloved. That caught him off guard. Yes. The Hachibi Jinchuriki is the brother of the Raikage, and the Nibi is sealed into one of their most talented kunoichi. Both are loved among their people, and they hardly ever leave the village, so fearful is the Raikage of seeing them hurt. Looks like Kumo might escape my purge if it really cares about its Jinchuriki. He was relieved that 2 of his friends were at least content and at peace. Shio gave a headshake. Forgive me, Ulquiorra, but our main concern is saving Gaara. We shall discuss politics later. Yes, Shio. Sama. Ulquiorra continued, picking up speed as he shot across the desert like a thunderbolt. They had entered Kawa no Kuni by crossing the closest border after dusk. Here, Shio had insisted that he take a nap despite his protestations. She had forced him to lie in the soft grass and exposed several puppets when he had first refused. He noticed the elderly woman sitting close by, tending to a small fire, as the moon rose. She asked, looking up, Sasori is a kinsman, isn't he? With surprise. Judging by your reaction, I am correct. Is that why you chose to accompany me rather than Hitaki and his team? She stared into the fires and stoked them instead of responding right away. Hitaki's father killed Sasori's parents. He is my grandchild. I didn't want to arrive with the son of the man who had broken my little boy's heart. The camp was enveloped in silence. Shio inquired, you lost someone close to you to Team 7, didn't you? As the stars sparkled in the sky. Yes. A distant relative. We were close. Almost inseparable. Shio gave a nod. Well, if things continue the way they do, perhaps we might have revenge in the near future. With a twitch of his lips, Ulquiorra nodded, and Shio smiled fiercely. Hinata sidestepped Neji's fist and rammed her own into his chest, obstructing the tenketsu that was beneath his lung on the right. He staggered back, and she launched herself at him again, hitting his face and belly multiple times. Neji flipped backwards, planting his hands on the ground and driving his feet into Hinata's jaw as he fell back, and she withdrew her fist for the final blow. She staggered back, bleeding and confused. Neji straightened up and struck her in the chest with his hand. Hinata felt a surge of Neji's chakra enter the tenketsu as their fingertips connected. She was flung off her feet, smashed into a wall, and across the dojo. The clan elders nodded, declaring the bout over as they winced at the force of the blow. With a heavy wheeze, Hinata struggled to her feet and held onto her sides. She was bleeding profusely from the corner of her mouth, and her chest ached badly. She shoved through the Hyuga crowd and out of sight. Breathing hard, she stood in the moonlight. Dappled gardens. She had been working so hard in her training these past few days to execute that attack and win this training match against Neji. However, she had failed as usual. Taking a deep breath, she rolled her eyes shut and decided not to cry. After evading the other Hyuga for a while, she made it to her room where she collapsed onto her bed and began to cough ferociously. She went through several minutes of convulsions before regaining enough composure to take off her clothes and put on her pajamas. Just as she was ready to get into bed, there was a knock on the door. Hinata said, "Enter," then abruptly realized her shrine was in plain sight. She dashed to the shrine, locked the doors, and closed it just in time to see her father enter through the open door. "Hinata," he uttered quickly, his eyes heavy and dark. "A Tucson," she bowed and said. He gave her a discerning glance. "Why do you insist on wearing those ridiculous yukata?" She cast her gaze downward at her kimono. It was really quite childish and quite a simple affair. It had flowers and a bright pink obi in a pale orange color. She apologized, bowing once more, "A Tucson, but I like." He said icily, "That is neither here nor there." With those words, he strode out and sent in 2 branch house women. "You will soon be married to Uchiha-san. You must start acting like a Hyuga and a wife, not a child." They removed her kimono and put on a new one in spite of her objections and struggles. It was adorned with hawks and swirling white and blue serpents, and it was a rich, blood-red color with the Uchiha crest over her heart. For the fire, they declared as they departed, bringing the old kimono with them. For a while, Hinata stood and gazed at her reflection in the mirror. The kimono was an exquisite piece of art that must have taken a lot of money to create. Her face contorted in desperation and rage, she tore the crest off the material. "I will never have that pig." A book with a wealth of knowledge on the 3 great dojutsu was discovered by a few shinobi during one of the patrols. It was found that the Byakugan and the Sharingan descended from the Rinnegan. The village council was overjoyed to hear the news. If they could breed Sasuke with a Hyuga, they could eventually obtain the Rinnegan, albeit it would be weaker and less potent than a natural. Hiyashi, the next head of the clan, had thus offered her. She had lost hope when she realized who she was going to marry. In the afterlife, she had hoped to stay unadulterated and pure for Naruto. However, at this moment, the Tonto gleamed in the lunar illumination. She pressed it up against her skin and attempted to sever it. However, she was unable to. She was too terrified. Letting the Tonto fall to the ground, she sobbed. "I have no value." The following morning, Ulquiorra and Shio left early, traveling like lightning through the valleys and forests. Ulquiorra's eyes were fixed on the distance, and his footsteps were as quiet as a ghost's. They were almost there. "Hold on, Gaara," he reasoned. "I'll be there." At last, they caught sight of it. Ulquiorra paused, putting Shio down and staring across the river at the cliff. The sheer face of stone, visible across the river, held a single piece of paper with the word, "Forbidden," written on it in a large, bold red font. Saying, "Gaara is behind here," Ulquiorra pointed to Murcielago. He reserved the use of the blade for worthy opponents, and since Akatsuki was hiding there, they certainly qualified. Shio's lips were pursed. "I know this seal. We must remove 4 other tags like this one, scattered throughout the area, before we can remove this one, and access the..." Ulquiorra paid no attention. Lifting his left arm, he collected the necessary ryatsu. Then, he added a little more, erring on the side of caution. The tiny green focal point grew to the size of a football as it continued to glow brighter and brighter. Gaara. Sero was fired by Ulquiorra. With the speed of an arrow, the great emerald beam travels through the air, covering the area in a sickly corpse. Light. When it hit the rock, it encountered resistance from a force. The immovable object prepared to face the Juggernaut's unstoppable force. They battled for a heartbeat, but the Juggernaut overcame them and broke the rock like chalk under a hammer. The cave entrance became visible as the stone broke up into 1,000 fragments. Ulquiorra let down his hand, the ryatsu fading. You could have fed Shio an apple whole without risk of choking her because of the width of her jaw. How? Maikeke Genke, was his succinct response. As they stepped into the cool darkness, he thought to himself, satisfied that Ryotsu really could beat chakra. The cave extended far into a deeper darkness and was spacious and profound. There was a large opening at the back of the cave that led to a passageway or tunnel that went deep into the ground. The floor was covered in scorch marks that extended far along his Sero's path. His left hand went back into his pocket. He exuded confidence. His element was cool darkness, and he didn't give the person who built this place much thought. He would have set up a more robust defense and added a few more traps. However, that was unimportant. Ulquiorra, Chio muttered as she raised her hands and ducked under her arms. Ulquiorra turned to face ahead and saw the hunched form of someone he assumed to be Sasori coming up the tunnel. Ulquiorra, the man remarked, is a peculiar name. The leader heard the sound of falling stone and crumbling rock and looked up from the unconscious Jinchuriki. Sasori. San, Didera. San, he uttered while glancing up the corridor. What was that? Turning, Sasori peered back up the tunnel. Someone must have broken through the barrier jutsu. Shall I deal with them? Yes, and quickly. The ritual has only just begun. We haven't even started the battle yet. Shrugging his shoulders, Sasori muttered, as you will, leader. Sama. Like a cockroach, he turned slowly and crawled up the passageway. Long before they noticed him, he noticed the intruders. His grandmother was one of them. It did not surprise him. His grandmother would probably be the one to follow him out of all the people. But her companion was not like the others. His long coat, hakama, and black boots all matched his flawless white complexion. His eyes were the vivid green of emeralds, and his hair was blacker than the night. His left hand was in his pocket, and he held a katana in his right. He had two teal tear stains down his face to finish the image, giving the impression that he was constantly in tears of sorrow. His grandmother noticed him as she peered forward. Ulquiorra, she said softly while holding up her hands. Glancing forward, the stranger noticed him. Sasori shrugged, Ulquiorra? A strange name, and shuffled forward. Ulquiorra answered, as befits a stranger in a strange land. He aimed the blade directly at Sasori. Hissed, where is Gaara? Now that his Ryotsu was spiking wildly, the surrounding air was trembling. It seemed to reach Sasori. Your killer intent, if that's what it is tremendous, boy, he said. Just as Ulquiorra opened his mouth to respond, he noticed a sudden movement. With a quick turn, he raised his sword to deflect another blade. His gaze grew wide. The adversary possessed a duplicate of Murcielago. Widening his stance, he leapt back, and his assailant advanced. Ulquiorra gaped in shock at a perfect reflection of himself, right down to the expressionless countenance. You seem surprised, Sasori remarked gently. You see, you would have created a clone of yourself for every tag you removed. And those clones will tear you to pieces, the other three clones exclaimed as they emerged. They all wore the same expressionless mask and held Murcielago in their right hand. At a moment like this, Ulquiorra herself knew that there could be no other response. Shit. Chio. Sama, I must request that you stand back. This will be violent. Ulquiorra fixed his clones with intense stares. After a brief moment of silence, the original and replicas used Sonido to close the distance. Ulquiorra used his sword to block each of the 4 blows before unleashing a volley of bala that the replicas managed to avoid. He lunged forward, severing one and leaving a lengthy gash on his chest. After the replica Sonidoed behind him, Ulquiorra used his left hand to block the blow. He was shocked to see that he had cut his hand. They must possess all of my current abilities and powers. He swung his sword once more, cutting the clone's cheek, then quickly turning to deflect another blow to the back of his head. Murcielago twisted around the copy. Cat blade and drove it upward, severing the clone's face. The clone's face was covered in blood as he struck Ulquiorra several times, but she deflected almost all of his blows and ducked underhandedly. The clone seemed to be proficient in all of his sword techniques, and based on the sporadic punches and kicks, it seemed that they also possessed his unarmed fighting skills. This presents a challenge. Do they possess all of my skills? He struck the clone once more, severing his left hand in the process. The clones he had previously injured resurfaced and attacked him once more, fully healed, as the clone fell back. Ulquiorra silently cursed, but his expression did not change. He deflected the 2 blows that were thrown at him overhead and caught the blade of the third with his free hand. But the 4th clone turned out to be more challenging. With a finger raised, the clone shot a bala directly into his face. Ulquiorra contorted, flinging one of the clones in its direction. If reason held true, the bala would most likely blast through the Hierro since they would all share the same Ryotsu. That was just a theory, of course. The clone was completely destroyed on his side as he staggered into the red ball. The clone gave a little shudder before crumbling to ash. 3 down, 1 to go. Sasori marveled as he watched Ulquiorra battle his clones. They all moved so quickly that they were only blurs, interrupted only every half second to appear as though they were painted in motion. Then, with the grace and fluidity of dancers, each of them dodged, blocked, twisted, and struck before the insane whirlwind began all over again, steel swinging in lethal arcs. Sasori's mouth quirked with anticipation. The boy would be a great addition to his collection of Hitokugutsu. He watched as a clone fell and the original and copies detached themselves, hurling tiny red energy balls in a never-ending red barrage at one another. As they battled, the cavern was illuminated by a blood-red glow that cast wide, twisted shadows over it as the explosions kicked up rock and dust. As the 4 Ulquiorras engaged in combat, Chio shook her head in wonder. She saw the original, his face as hard as stone as he fired his own shot with perfect accuracy while navigating through the energy orbs. The earth beneath them was trembling from the force of the 2 colliding masses of energy. With a sudden, beyond inhuman movement, Ulquiorra disappeared, surfacing in front of a clone and slashing its arm viciously, splattering dark blood all over the place while tightly clutching the blade. Ulquiorra was back at work, hacking and slashing with a controlled wrath and power that made her think of an assassin. The injured clone fell back. Only the tips of his toes made contact with the stone as he and his clones leapt into swift attacks and agile defenses, hardly making contact with the ground at all. Though blood flowed from every one of their blades, she could see that their wounds were all healing. On that scale, not even the Jinchuriki could regenerate. The boy was amazing. Ulquiorra repeatedly sliced the face of a second clone with her blade. He struck its jaw with his fist, scattering blood and a few teeth. The more they fought, the more smoke there was. Ulquiorra was infuriated that he was unable to eliminate his clones. He couldn't kill his targets even though he was the original and hence better. Naturally, logic dictated that the clones would eventually wear him down because they all had the same strength. That is, unless he managed to outsmart them. Leaping away, he lifted his finger. He led the others in charging Acero as they did likewise. Ulquiorra followed suit. The Tri-Way Cero continued to grow until they were fired. He himself would not withstand such a blast. He would be instantly vaporized, reduced to a thin vapor similar to smoke before fading away. Ulquiorra's mouth quivered. He swept Murcielago across his finger and said, "Gran Rey Cero." The green orb abruptly turned opaque and then flashed a blinding white, the color of the moon, as the blood mixed with his Cero. The blast zigzagged through the air, spinning like a shuriken and striking the 3 Cero like a lightning bolt, all with a twitch of his hand. A blinding flash occurred, and then there was a moment of complete darkness that made the night seem like daylight in comparison. The earth then broke apart. The sky was exposed when the lair's roof was blasted off. The blast carried Chio and Sasori skyward like leaves in the wind, and they landed hard on the broken stone as the hill gave way to debris. The atmosphere had the sheen of a thunderstorm. For a considerable amount of time, nothing was visible due to the dense smoke. The woods were as quiet as a grave. With a broken leg and blood streaming from a gash on her head, Chio sat up coughing. Like an overturned beetle, Sasori straightened himself and gazed in utter amazement at the ruination. Impossible. How could one boy hold such power? The smoke started to disappear. When Chio realized Ulquiorra was dead, tears streamed down her face. The poor boy. Gaara is going to be. The breathing inside the dust and smoke was harsh and ragged. There was a figure. He was missing his legs and left arm, but he was still standing, suspended in midair. When the smoke cleared, Ulquiorra was visible. His eye was blinded and the right side of his face was burned to bloody rags. He was holding his blade tightly with his mutilated and bleeding right arm. His clothes were in a tatter of blood, exposing a horribly tormented torso slathered in cuts and gore. Through the rents, bones and a few organs were visible. His hair was burned and singed, and there was a hole in his chest next to a twisted tattoo of the number 4 in ornate script. Gradually, Ulquiorra's body started to mend itself, healing the bloody lacerations and reassembling his bones. Suddenly, 2 skeletal legs emerged, growing larger through muscle, skin, and veins. His arm grew back to its former health from a caricature of skeletons. His eye went back to its icy green, and his face reassembled itself. Before long, Ulquiorra stood there, unclothed except for a short, scorched hakama, but unharmed. He stood in a pool of his own blood, his left hand clenched and unclenched. The ashes of the destroyed clones faded into nothingness. "This is my power, Sasori," he said, swinging the blade and leveling it at the man. "And I haven't even begun to get started." His ploy had worked. "Chio Sama, please stop staring at my hollow hole and prepare your weapons." "This battle is far from over," said Ulquiorra. Chio blanched and nodded, trying desperately to ignore her confusion, but failing miserably. Shaking his head, Sasori shrugged his shoulders. "Well, I certainly look forward to making you a puppet. Your Kekkei Genkei is incredible." "I see," he said with a straight back, "that I'll have to get serious." And with that, his cloak and body parted, revealing a red-haired teenage boy with a sardonic expression. Ulquiorra pulled his blade to his side and waited for the first blow. "A puppet? I see. Very well then, Sasori, let it be done," he said. Chio quickly started using intricate hand motions to call forth tired and ancient puppets using a scroll. Sasori gave them a scowl. He said, "The mother and the father? I know their workings inside and out." Ulquiorra heard a hint of Kurosaki Ichigo in his voice. Chio gave a sly grin. "Let us see." The hands exploded with blades. Ulquiorra cast a critical glance at the blades. "You have some bite still, Chio Sama." Sasori pulled a scroll out. A strange puppet with chaotic dark hair and a dark robe that appeared to be covered in thick leather said, "Well, you have shown yours. Now, I'll show mine." Chio let out a gasp. You turned the case gauge into a hitokugutsu." Ulquiorra gave the puppet a look. "Ingenious. Am I to take it that the hitokugutsu retain their abilities post-mortem?" Sasori grinned. It was the same twisted, evil smile that Neutra always wore when they met. "Meet the Sandame Case Cage, master of the Iron Sand." With a sigh, Ulquiorra shut his eyes. He didn't have to clarify his meaning. With a quick flick of his fingers, Sasori propelled the puppet ahead on its strings at the speed of an arrow. Ulquiorra leapt in its direction and took aim at its head. A cloud of fine black powder shot from its mouth. The sword made contact with the cloud, creating a metallic ring. The iron sand. He hacked at the left side of the puppet with the blade, twisting and dragging it loose. Ulquiorra was blocked by a thin blade that was revealed when the arm jerked up. Ulquiorra struck the metal, which screamed and cracked, but before he could gain the upper hand, more iron sand shot out of the puppet's mouth, congealing into a hammer and smashing Ulquiorra away. With pursed lips, he freefall. Landed on his feet atop a boulder and righted himself. He averted his gaze from the iron sand arrow aimed at his head by tilting his head. Chio directed her puppets to shoot toward her grandson while veering around the iron sand. He looked past Ulquiorra to the approaching attack. With a flip of its arms, he lifted the case cage and blocked the puppets, putting the 3 of them in an odd duel where they clashed and extended their blades. When Ulquiorra saw an opening, he sonito shot towards Sasori. But Sasori saw him disappear and heard the unmistakable sound of static. With a single flick of his finger, the case cage's left arm came off, exposing multiple compartments brimming with summoning tags. Ulquiorra scowled at them, then swung his sword upward and leapt to his feet as 100 or so extremely flexible puppet arms protruded from the seals. The arms swung this way and that, chasing after him like bloodhounds, and he swerved. How annoying. Setting his feet atop a rock, he lunged forward, his sword extended to the left of his body as the hands swung toward him, slashing at him. Ulquiorra sonadidad above the arms while simultaneously moving his arm. He took them out with a single blow that was akin to decapitating a snake. With a thin smile, Sasori let the truncated mass fall to the ground. Excellent. A buzzsaw swung out and around from the cage's left side, forcing Chio to pull mother and father away. With his sword raised above his head and held in both hands, Ulquiorra descended before the cage. He said, "Away with you," and dropped the blade. The cage raised its hands in a defensive stance, preventing Murcielago with a bladed arm and buzzsaw. Ulquiorra's left foot kicked upward, causing the head to fall back. Once more, he hefted Murcielago and brought it down. It made contact and sliced through the puppet. More sand flowed from the wound. Sasori grinned. Chio yelled, "Ulquiorra, run!" With a quick leap, Ulquiorra was on the floor, the sand shifting and twisting. It whirled like a Ferris wheel, encircling the cage, whom Sasori raised into the air in a massive, ever-expanding oval. Like a monstrous spider, iron sand grew quickly as a flying hawk from its oval, long, spindly legs. Just as Sasori announced the technique's name, Ulquiorra realized its actual danger. Setetsu Kaiho. The spindly blades thrust and jabbed at Ulquiorra, making him bob and swerve like a crane, and more grew from the cage. "It doesn't matter how long you try to fight for, kid," Sasori made fun of. "The blades will get you in the end." Ulquiorra did not bother to reply to him. Rather, he started to soar in Sasori's direction, weaving between the numerous metal arms. Chio was under a lot of pressure too. She was trying to break free of the iron web, her broken leg trembling and her movements with the puppets becoming more and more erratic. With a snort, Ulquiorra gained velocity and darted between the blades akin to a herring, all before Sasori extended his hands. Ulquiorra was smothered by two clouds of iron sand, which gathered and encased him in a large square box of dust. Ulquiorra gave a nod and waited for the next action. He had to wait barely a moment. There was a gap in the cage that was big enough for someone to fly through while swinging a knife. Thus, the cage emerged from the opening, its blades extended. Standing in front of it, Ulquiorra kept his arms close to his body and narrow. He twisted away and aimed upward, slamming his left fist into his head as the blades approached his skin by an inch. With his enormous strength, the Hierro punched the puppet's head open, severing its head and ripping the doll's spine. The puppet exploded, releasing the last remnants of iron sand as Ulquiorra's prison crumbled around it. He collapsed under the weight and stood in the lair's ruins, which progressively filled with sand to resemble a little lake with stone islands. Sasori looked at him with a detached rage. Calmly, he said, "You have destroyed my second greatest work." Raising the hem of his robe, he cast it aside. Ulquiorra's shocked eyes grew wide. The boy was a puppet, and his youth was a lie. "I haven't used myself in a long time," the man chuckled. As the puppet master slowly rose into the air on his long scorpion tail, Ulquiorra tipped his sword defensively. After staring at each other for a considerable amount of time, they both leapt at the other. Two sets of 5 blades protruded from Sasori's hips, each set atop a circular engine supported by spindly arms. His back was constructed with a sizable rectangular box that held 4 scrolls. Sasori started to slash and hack at Ulquiorra as the blades started to spin. With reckless abandon, he parried the blows and then swung his own blade at Sasori's head. The man ducked and carried on with his attack. Ulquiorra engaged him in a back and forth duel. Sasori bobbed and weaved, swinging his blades with a casual skill that belied his thoughtless smirk, while Ulquiorra thrust and slashed with his blade with an untamed and cold ferocity. The two men hacked with reckless abandon with their blades. Ulquiorra had to back away multiple times to escape Murcielago's entanglement in the spinning blades. Sasori started to kick and punch Ulquiorra, but he was merely slapped away. Sasori was propelled skyward by his extraordinary strength. Ulquiorra followed, his sword raised to strike the last blow. Sasori suddenly flipped in the air, landed on his hands, and sent Ulquiorra's face straight into the spiked tail. Even after Ulquiorra batted the spike away, his hand was still cut. Ulquiorra slashed and hacked at Sasori, putting him on the defensive due to the intensity and violence of the attack. Sasori held his arms protectively close to his chest as he swung out his blades. With ease, Ulquiorra deflected the incoming blows and then pushed his blade forward, piercing Sasori's eye and exploding out the back of his head. Ulquiorra blew the puppet apart after flicking a bala at him. The fragments hit the rock and clattered into the sand. Ulquiorra turned to face a somber looking Chiyo. "I apologize for killing him, Chiyo Sama, but..." Without looking back, Ulquiorra brushed aside the blade aimed at his head. He turned to see Sasori putting himself back together, piece by piece around an odd container in his chest. His head was the last to go, the injured eye healing as he scowled at Ulquiorra. "That's amazing," Ulquiorra said. "The ability to reconstruct oneself no matter how badly damaged you are. Most incredible. You are harder to kill than Kurosaki Ichigo." With a furrowed brow, Sasori cracked his knuckles and carefully examined his hands. Murcielago was pointed at Ulquiorra, who muttered, "It seems I shall have to leave nothing intact." With a thin smile, Sasori reached back and took out a red and yellow scroll from his back. He carelessly threw it into his hand. "I see that I've been going too easy on you." Reaching into her backpack, Chiyo withdrew a deep purple scroll of her own. She glumly said, "This is a technique I forbade myself from using." Ulquiorra opened it and saw the 10 seals written on it. "I thought I would never need it again," she said, pulling the string. "But I suppose life isn't that simple." Sasori tilted his head, watching as the seals grew brighter. "Let's get this show on the road now," she concluded. The glow took on an even more brilliant hue as she dropped into the classic chakra, summoning her seal. Releasing stance. Glow ethereally, the seals deferentially detached themselves on clouds of purple. Blue light. 10 puppets, each a unique piece of art, with the mark on their foreheads and dressed in white robes, soon appeared. "The number of puppets a puppeteer can use is reflective of their power," Sasori murmured. "You really are powerful, Grandma." Ulquiorra cast a critical glance at the puppets. "To be able to use so many puppets at once, Chiyo Sama, you truly are extraordinary." "The classic 10 fingers of Grandma Chiyo," said Sasori, his smile growing crazier. "There are rumors that you used those to conquer a castle. Shirahiji. Jiki Chikamatsu no Shu. The puppets created by Chikamatsu Manzaemon himself." Ulquiorra brought his sword up. "Enough ancient history. Prepare yourself." With a smile, Sasori opened his chest on the right side. It radiated a chakra glow that was akin to fire. When Sasori opened the scroll, more than 100 chakra threads shot up into it from the fire. Ulquiorra watched in horror and fear as over 100 puppets emerged from their confinement within the scroll, each brandishing a vicious weapon. Above them, hovering above the wreckage, was the army, casting a shadow. Ulquiorra looked up at the horde of puppets, then back down at Chiyo. "Back me up." Sasori grinned more broadly. With his sword raised, Ulquiorra leapt forward, drawing the puppets to encircle him. He swung Murcielago in broad arcs, chopping off limbs and slicing through bodies. Rags and pieces of machinery dropped to the floor below. With their own weapons swinging, Chiyo sent her own puppets into battle. One of them swung 2 large broadswords around her, and arranged itself around itself with a wild skill as it moved next to Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra, accompanied by the broadsword wielding puppet and the long-haired puppet who was swinging the puppet with the spinning chakra blade head, sliced a wide path through the ranks. Ulquiorra soon discovered that the puppets grew more powerful the more he destroyed. He can therefore focus on every puppet at once, but his focus increases with the number of puppets. Ulquiorra withdrew his blade and used his free hand to crack open the puppet's skull, resembling a ripe apple. Sasori's puppets grew fiercer even as Ulquiorra and the 10 puppets struck around them, taking down enemies one by one. Several attacks left Ulquiorra battered and bruised, and some of Chiyo's puppets were sliced to ribbons. Slowed down by the mauling of an eye, Ulquiorra ripped the thing from his skull and threw it out of the way, letting it grow back more quickly. Chiyo unleashed an odd technique after manipulating 3 of her puppets into a pyramid shape with seals resembling the Shinigami Dimension Buddha's markings. "Sanbo Kyukai," she cried out as she sucked a sizable portion of the crimson clad puppets into a vortex and reduced them to scrap. A few of the enemy puppets were impaled by the long, spiked coils that the blue, bald puppet started to shoot from its head. Ulquiorra struck Sasori with a bala, causing him to jump away and providing Chiyo with enough distraction to maneuver the cyclopean puppet into place. It gaped and fired a tiny orb filled with a beige substance that seemed to be chakra based. Chiyo cried out, "Ulquiorra! Grab the orb and hit Sasori with it." Despite being perplexed by the notion that the object could stop Sasori, Ulquiorra grabbed the orb and used Sonito to appear in front of the man. When Ulquiorra struck Sasori's chest with his fist and the orb burst, Sasori's eyes grew wide. The rapidly expanding lion-headed chakra seal flung Sasori through the air and impaled him against the wall. The force of the condensed chakra releasing was enough to push Ulquiorra back a few steps. With their threads cut, the red-clad puppets started to fall from the sky. Glaring at Sasori's corpse, Ulquiorra knocked aside one that was about to fall on him. With inebriation, the head lolled to one side. Ulquiorra snorted and exhaled deeply, pressing Murcielago's spine against his shoulder. Sasori was a fierce opponent. Gaara. He needed to move quickly. He started to say, "Chiyo Sama, I must save Gaara." When a blinding, searing pain, like lances of white fire, erupted across his head and torso. He dropped to his knees and put a hand over his face. A toy puppet that had fallen to its feet rose. Sasori gave him a smile. "Your regeneration is incredible. But what you didn't know is that every grain of sand, every blade and every single weapon was coated in a poison so virulent that nothing can stop its march. You're dead, Ulquiorra." Ulquiorra forced himself to stand, groaning in spite of himself. "Silence, Sasori. I am not dead yet." Taking a katana from the sand, Sasori launched an attack on him. The poison had slowed Ulquiorra down, and Sasori's blade skill had finally caught up with his. Sasori's swordplay, executed with such simple yet effective movements that it constantly knocked Murcielago aside, forced Ulquiorra to go on the defensive. Upon realizing that he needed to use regeneration to drive the poison out of his body, Ulquiorra let Sasori impale him in the shoulder before grabbing onto him with his left hand. Ulquiorra pushed more and more Ryatsu into Sasori's regeneration as he struggled, causing his body to regenerate more quickly. The intense agony quickly subsided and was replaced by a dull ache and finally the icy sensation of dying flesh. With a snort, he lifted Murcielago once more. He then drove Murcielago into the coil and pierced through Sasori's mortal remnants, saying, "Your poison has been assimilated. You were a worthy foe, Akasuna no Sasori." Sasori let out a long, rattling sigh as he looked down at the blade that was through his chest. Ulquiorra drew the bloody blade from the coil, twisting it viciously. As he surveyed the damage, he noticed the tiny entrance to the tunnel that descended into the Earth's interior. He left Sasori to fall into the arms of his parents without pausing as he swiftly flew down the tunnel. Deidara looked up the passageway. About an hour ago, Sasori departed and has yet to come back. It concerned him a little. Feeling a presence shoot down the passageway, he turned his attention back to the ritual. Without turning around, he said, "Well, Sasori, how did it go, He stopped abruptly when he realized that everyone else in Akatsuki had stopped in the middle of the ritual and was staring behind him. "I heard some pretty big explosions earlier, He turned to see an adolescent with emerald green eyes and flawless white skin. Despite having a hole in his chest, he was charging towards him with the force of a thunderbolt, seemingly unaffected by his lack of a heart. Deidara's smile grew a little as he launched a few explosive C1 hawks in the direction of the stranger. The boy moved so quickly that the hawks were cut down with extreme precision and detonated harmlessly behind him. Deidara ducked as the boy hacked at his head, but not before he lost his arm, cut cleanly off in the one blow. With a casual and detached brutality, the boy grabbed Deidara's arm in midair and swung the amputated limb into his face, throwing him away, causing Deidara's eyes to widen. Holding his severed limb in a daze, Deidara collapsed to the floor in the vault's corner. When he looked up, he saw the stranger watching Gaara while staring at the Akatsuki. The leader gave him permission to run with a subtle movement. Taking hold of a tiny lever concealed within the rock, Deidara unlocked a narrow corridor and stealthily left. "Well, that boy sure is a cunt." Nagato peered curiously down at the newcomer. "I see that you must have killed Sasori," he thought. "Though how you still live with a hole like that in your chest, I have no idea. A useful ability though." Kisame smiled. "Who are you, Baka?" Looking at the former Kiri, Nin, the stranger turned his gaze. I am Cifer Ulquiorra, the Cuarto Espada. I am here for Gaara. Is his purpose to save the Jinchuriki? Nagato thought, closing his eyes for a moment. Strange. Ulquiorra raised a hand to indicate the statue behind Gaara after glancing down at the case cage. At the end of Nagato's finger, a tiny green ball started to take shape. At first he didn't give it much thought, but then he noticed the distortion surrounding the boy thanks to the Rinnegan. He appeared to be both alive and in that special place that the Edo Tensei are the only ones who live in. His existence was strangely a hybrid of the half-life of the Edo Tensei and that of the living. Just before the orb reached its maximum size, the size of a dove's egg, Nagato realized that the attack was dangerous. He extended his hand and summoned the Gedo Mazo, causing the holographic Akatsuki to levitate. The orb exploded, unleashing a burst of energy that ripped apart the back of the cave. While everyone looked on in shock, Nagato managed to hide his own shock from the Diva Path. The boy was holding Gaara tenderly, like a big brother comforting a sleeping sibling. Ulquiorra gave them a chilly look and hissed loudly. You must work harder, Akatsuki. The Jinchuriki have had enough. And he was gone. The holograms vanished with a wink, and the members of Akatsuki exchanged glances inside Omegacure's most sacred chamber. It was Kisame who spoke first. Was he an Edo Tensei? No, Itachi muttered. He was one of the living. Kuro. Zetsu went on, but it doesn't explain his whole. A hand went up in pain. It doesn't matter who he is. He has killed Sasori and prevented the extraction of the Ichibi. We must find and terminate him before he damages us any further. A new order is issued. Find and kill Cifer Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra came back to Chio and embraced Gaara tenderly. With her grandson lying between his parents, who were holding his hands, Chio sat amidst the debris. Her face was streaming with tears, but she said nothing. Standing next to her, Ulquiorra looked down at Sasori. He created those puppets to fill the void that Kakashi's father made? Finally asked he. Yes. They were the first puppets he made. He would stand in between them for hours, locked in a pseudo-embrace. I even made a jutsu to bring them to life, but he left before I could show him. Ulquiorra glanced at Sasori and cocked his head. The boy appeared content and serene. A hawk took off and landed close to the three puppets. After glancing down at the family, it let out a high-pitched cry and spread its wings, taking off across the sun and transforming into a golden shadow against the yellow flames. Ulquiorra watched it go and then averted his gaze, his hole itching and his eyes hurting. I see. He is with them now though. Chio pivoted to gaze upon him. He is lucky, Chio. Sama. Death is not a pain, but a release. Besides, he did his duty to the end. That is the mark of a man. Ulquiorra crossed the river, set Gaara down on the grass, and took a seat across from him. Chio cast her gaze between Sasori and Ulquiorra. A tiny smile spread across her face. She rose, kissed Sasori on the forehead, pulled out a scroll, and sealed the puppets. The hawk let out one last cry. Shadows and unfathomable darkness pervaded Gaara's dream. There was a chilling sensation in the recesses of his consciousness, as if Shukaku was reaching out to touch him. At last, his dream shifted to one of arms gently embracing him, as if they were an older sibling holding him. He gave a soft smile. Far away, a hawk let out a cry. The tranquility was abruptly broken like a mirror falling from a very high place. The world became a never-ending red sand desert with a blood-red moon and a pitch-black sky. In front of him lay Shukaku in his lake of crimson. He was staring at the moon with wide eyes full of terror. Shukaku? Shish. He's here. Who? A worried Gaara questioned. With his gaze fixed on the moon, Shukaku said, he wants you to be safe. He asks that I help you. He asks that we work together. Sitting on a rock, Ulquiorra wore a robe from one of the fallen Jiki, Shikamatsu no Shu, while Chio treated Gaara. He was conversing with Shukaku from the depths of the cage's subconscious. Using both his own strength and Jinzen, he had made his way there. He was projecting his words to the Ichibi, not really being there. He was certain the animal comprehended. It was almost trembling with terror. He surmised that he was somewhat more powerful than a Biju based on that response. Ulquiorra, Chiyo muttered to herself. Gaara was getting agitated. The coma the Akatsuki had put him in was thick and deep, but Chiyo had pulled it off before the sun had set halfway down the western horizon. Gaara briefly opened her eyes. He looked around him, perplexed. He pivoted to see Chiyo. Chiyo. Sama? Where? With a smile, Chiyo placed her hand on his shoulder. She appeared like a totally different person as a result. Welcome back, Gaara. Sama. The Akatsuki kidnapped you and brought you here to Kawa no Kuni. Kawa no Kuni? Akatsuki? But, Shukaku is still within me. Chiyo gave Ulquiorra a gesture. Your old friend, Ulquiorra. San helped. Gaara pivoted to fix her gaze on Ulquiorra. A snarl twisted his face. I don't know him. Chiyo got going. But, he said. I lied, Ulquiorra said. Chiyo appeared as though he had stabbed her in the back. She stood up and raised her hands to Gaara. Gaara demanded, Who are you, Ulquiorra? Ulquiorra cast his gaze to his feet. In one smooth motion, he pulled Murcielago from his sheath and held it in front of him, saying, I am an old friend Gaara. The sand curled around him, saying, I know pain, Gaara. A dove, pursued by a falcon, swooped low through the trees, saying, I know the agony of your existence. I suffered as you suffered. But even as you stepped into the darkness, I walked in the light. Gaara's sand was curling around his feet now. I remember running through fields of grass to catch a butterfly. I remember tripping and losing it. I remember much. I remember being driven from warmth and firelight and into the coldness of the night. I remember what it is to dream. The sand paused. Ulquiorra and Gaara locked eyes. His eyes, though, suddenly see. Emptiness, thought Gaara. Nothing is visible to him. I remember a dream. To be the first among my peers, the Hokage. Datbeo. Gaara experienced a heart palpitation. The ground beneath his feet trembled and the world shook on its axis. He said in a hushed whisper, Impossible. You were executed, with tears welling up in the corner of his eyes. Ulquiorra undid the robe's neck to reveal the opening in his chest. Tears began to fall for Gaara. Naruto. Chiyo looked at Ulquiorra in disbelief. He gave a nod. Yes. What's left of him, at any rate? Gaara dropped to his behind, gazing at Ulquiorra. How? You died 3 years ago. They said. Ulquiorra gave a shrug. Hitaki Kakashi and the village were altering reports, showing Uchiha Sasuke to be the hero, and me the fool. My last mission was to bring him back to Konoha after he defected. However, I was executed to ensure his loyalty by giving him the Mangekyo Sharingan. Needless to say, my imminent execution changed my mind on our friendship, scuppering that scheme. After I died, due to my insane chakra and my despair and rage, I broke through the walls of reality and entered the afterlife of another dimension. Gaara and Chiyo were staring at him with a mixture of amazement and disbelief. In this other dimension, souls require shepherding to paradise or hell. Souls that so not move on fast enough mutate into a hollow, a lot soul. We lose our hearts, the man said. The remains of which become the mask we wear to hide our identities. In order to survive, we must devour other souls. Hold on, Gaara said. Are you saying you devoured the souls of humans? Humans, hollows and Shinigami. The Shinigami are the ones who shepherd the souls of the dead. How could you do so, Naruto? Ulquiorra threw back his head, staring at Gaara. My name is Ulquiorra. I left behind much of my past life, as one does when one becomes a hollow. I became a beast of instinct. I had to eat souls to survive. Eventually I reached the pinnacle of the hollow evolution, that of the Vasto Lords. What you see before you is the amalgamation of nearly several 100,000 souls. He was standing. Chiyo placed a hand on Gaara's shoulder and gave him a melancholy glance. I understand that you needed to consume souls, as does Gaara. What you must realize is that it sounds very unpleasant. It is. However, what you must be wondering, Gaara, is why I do not appear as I once did. Indeed, Gaara muttered. The despair, as well as losing the Kyuubi and breaking through the walls of reality, warped me, as did the natural process of hollow evolution. And as I said, I wanted to abandon as much of my past as humanly possible, he said. Ulquiorra glared at the point as he peered along Murcielago's edge. Ulquiorra covered the saya with his hand as he sheathed the sword. Swallows flew low overhead, bringing silence to the group. Chio finally broke the quiet. Ulquiorra, how did you return? I'm probably the luckiest man in existence. Ryo. Sama, the supreme god of all existence, offered me another chance after I died as a hollow. Yes, the dead die in that dimension. A hollow dies and enters hell or paradise, depending on their life as a human. That is neither here nor there though, as I shall never return to that dimension. I died in battle against Kurosaki Ichigo, whom I mentioned in the fight with Sasori. By that time I had sworn allegiance to a former Shinigami, called Aizen. Sama. I was transformed into the form you see before you, though I had the remains of my mask on my head. After I died in that form I was brought to Ryo. Sama, who gave me another chance at life here. Why did you accept? This place has only brought you sorrow, Gaara responded. Ulquiorra's mouth quivered. I have a few good memories and a desire for revenge and change. That was enough. Gaara got up and strode toward him with a frown. Ulquiorra gave him a look and began as Gaara held out his hand. Ulquiorra flicked a glance from Gaara to the hand. Naruto sat grinning a little. At last, Ulquiorra reached out and gave the hand a gentle shake. Welcome home, Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra instructed them to maintain their alliance with Konoha for the time being as they got ready to leave. Chio and Gaara got going. They had thought that they would battle Konoha since the former Jinchuriki had returned. Ulquiorra pointed to the remnants of the hideout. I need to plan and prepare for the battle with Konoha. This fight proved to me my superiority over most shinobi, even of S rank, even with the limit of a mortal body. But I still need to grow stronger and gain more allies. Despite grinding his teeth, Gaara continued to nod. Very well, Ulquiorra. I can put up with them for a little longer. But remember, the people of K's no Kuni are dying, as are many others. Do not wait too long. I won't, he said, taking Gaara's shoulder and picking up Chio once more in a piggyback. Come. When they came to a halt, Gaara exclaimed, what the hell was that? The advantages of being a hollow allow me to manipulate spiritual energy, or Ryotsu. This allows me to use sonido, or sound ceremony, in this tongue. It allows incredibly fast movement for very little energy. Are you fit to continue? Though uncomfortable, Gaara nodded. Ulquiorra came to a halt just beyond the K's no Kuni border. His search detected a presence ahead of them. Team 7, he uttered icily. Gaara gave him a slanted glance. What was your story of our friendship? Before and after the Chunin exams. Right. While they were all sitting in the sand, Chio built a fire and started frying some rabbit. She seasoned it and then took a seat to observe the food closely. Gaara turned to face Ulquiorra and sighed deeply, his sand quivering to show his concern. After about 60 seconds, Team 7 touched down next to them. Their bodies communicated to Gaara that they had wanted to rescue him, but they recovered quickly after seeing him. He was truly appreciative that Naruto Ulquiorra had discovered him initially. Case cage. Sama, Kakashi bowed and remarked, I'm glad to see you still intact. Gaara bowed his head. Just as he had promised, Shukaku spread his claws wide and encircled his mind in a shield. Thank you, was his response. He turned to face the fire again. Would you like to join us? We would, thank you, Kakashi replied. An awkward silence descended upon Team 7 as they took their seats amidst the camp. Ulquiorra had to force himself to hold back from dismembering them all. His replacement gave him a smile as he looked up. I take it you killed Sasori, Cifer. Kun? Team 7 responded, yes. Amazing, declared Kakashi. In private, he was intrigued by the child's Kekkei Genkei's power. Ulquiorra gave a shrug. Sakura gave him a perplexed glance. He only destroyed your clothes? Wow, we must have underestimated him. Sasuke gave a small smirk, and Kakashi nodded. Ulquiorra gave a snort. He was a powerful foe. You would have had great difficulty dueling him. With a scowl, Kakashi put a hand on Sasuke's shoulder to somewhat restrain him. I doubt that, Cifer. San. Ulquiorra interrupted, saying, enough. My name is Ulquiorra. There is no title. Bending over, Shio removed the rabbit from the spit and divided it into 7 portions, distributing one to every individual. As you please, Ulquiorra, a bewildered Kakashi said. They didn't say anything while they ate. Sasuke inquired, how powerful was he then? He commanded 100 puppets at once and had changed the corpse of the 3rd Kazekage into a human puppet, letting him use his unique iron sand powers. Gaara choked on his rabbit and spat it all over his robe, while Ulquiorra glared at him. After flicking it away, Ulquiorra went back to eating. Sasuke inquired, how did you kill him? I stabbed him, was the curt response. Shio finally said something as they sat in silence. Ulquiorra's lips quirked slightly as she said, I apologize for the trouble you went through, Hitaki. San. Had Ulquiorra been here sooner, we wouldn't have called you. Kakashi gestured. He tried to sound casual as he spoke, it doesn't matter. It was interesting to see such a powerful Kekkei Genkai. Speaking of which, Ulquiorra, those eyes. Ulquiorra spun to face him. Yes? What is up with them? No offense, but... The stranger grinned and said, they are freaky. Ulquiorra gave a shrug. A mild mutation that is part of the Kekkei Genkai. Dojutsu? Sakura inquired. Of a kind. Though I advise against attempting to kill me and steal the eye, Hitaki. Kakashi's smile wavered briefly before expanding. Oh, come on Ulquiorra. Do I really look like I would? Ulquiorra rubbed his arm and snorted. He let out a sigh. It's more tortuous to deal with this than with Neutra. When the food was gone, the 7 of them got up and got ready to go. Kakashi scratched the back of his head, sighing. Well, I hope you don't mind, but this is still partly our mission, so we're going to help escort the Kazekage back. As you would like, Gaara answered. Ulquiorra, will you be able to? That was true, but he would prefer to avoid physical contact with his former comrades as much as possible. No, 6 others would be a bit much. We'll have to walk. They walked away, keeping their pace constant. They were about halfway to Suna by the time the sun had set properly and the stars were twinkling high overhead. While the others were sleeping, Ulquiorra offered to be the watchman and stood by the fire. He heard one of the others stir as the moon rose to its highest point. Shio was standing next to Ulquiorra when the moonlight came down and lit them both up. She was clicking her tongue, her hands folded inside her robes. Why not now? I wish to leave it a little longer. Shio gave a nod. Before he died, Sasori offered me some information for you. Ulquiorra gave her a sharp look and cocked his head. Sasori had a spy, working under Orochimaru. Orochimaru? Yes. He was meant to meet him in a few days' time on the Tenchi Bridge in Kusagakure. Ulquiorra nodded appreciatively. I thought it would have been a good idea to grab Sasori's cloak and the puppet he wore, so I brought them with me in the sealing scroll. Good. I'll need them. Shio was about to inquire as to whether he was actually taking on Orochimaru when it occurred to her that they had all said as much regarding Sasori and Deidara. Of course. When they got back to Suna, the village was celebrating. As people cheered and flower bouquets were thrown into the air, Ulquiorra and Shio were hailed as heroes, and many Jonin bowed to them. To be honest, Ulquiorra was overwhelmed by it all, especially when he was lifted up by a cloud of sand despite his warnings and protestations, and he, Gaara, and Shio floated through Suna, proclaiming themselves to be Shiroken Teningyo no Ju, the White Sword and the Puppet Queen. As Kakashi quickly penned a message to Tsunade and sent the messenger bird flying from the ambassadorial suite in the Kazekage building, Team 7 observed, the 3 Chunin envious of the praise showered upon Ulquiorra. Tamari and Kankuro gave their brother a hug and repeatedly thanked Ulquiorra and Shio. As they were led to the summit of the Kazekage office, Ulquiorra dismissed their remarks. Gaara then gestured up to Ulquiorra, who was met with more cheers. Following a celebration that lasted for almost an hour, things started to settle down and a feast was announced to be held in the center of the village. Ulquiorra turned to face Gaara and said, I need to get out of this robe. May I please leave? Gaara gave a nod. Yes. Wait in my office and I'll send in some clothes for you. Ulquiorra thanked him and walked away, trailing a billowing robe. He was taken aback by the clothes when they arrived. There was a pair of tight fitting pale beige pants, typical of shinobi dresses, and a pair of cotton or comparable undergarments underneath. An undershirt made of black was worn underneath a long sleeved shirt made entirely of white, and a tunic in the color of sand was worn over it. One pair of black sandal boots, like most shinobis, was present. Additionally, there were 2 leather vambraces with light steel coverings that bore the Suna emblem on each. His waist was encircled by a gray belt that held several knapsacks and containers for storing different tools and equipment. When he was dressed, he took a quick look in the mirror. Though he missed his old Espada uniform, he was also free from Aizen Sama's army. Well, I guess it makes sense for traveling through the shinobi nations. Sheathing Murcielago through the belt, Ulquiorra left the office and made his way to the center of the village, where the celebration was in full swing. Gaara motioned for him to take a seat next to him as the others raised their heads from the table. Ulquiorra did so while appearing incredibly uncomfortable. The meal was delicious. The Suna Nin were amiable hosts, and Ulquiorra quickly gobbled up enough food to sustain a regular shinobi for an entire day. Considering that shinobi require more nourishment than the average person, Ulquiorra quickly became the center of attention. With a mixture of disgust and amusement, the Konoha Nin were staring at him, and the Sand siblings were practically sweating. Ulquiorra concluded and used a napkin to wipe his mouth. Well, your appetite seems unchanged, Ulquiorra. Nonsense. I eat like 10 men. My keke genke is apparently taking a higher toll on my body than I initially thought, replied Ulquiorra. A man emerged from the shadows and presented Kakashi with a letter as he was speaking. He quickly skimmed it after opening it. Gaara's skin tightened around his eyes as she turned to face him. Kakashi gave a throat clearing. Tsunade. Sama is very glad to hear you are alive and well, Kazekage. Sama. She expresses her good wishes for your continued health. Gaara bowed his head. Kakashi continued, she had feelings for Ulquiorra as well. A little sake spilled from Ulquiorra's cup. I wrote to her of the Kazecage's rescue. She wishes to invite you to Konoha, Ulquiorra. I hope I haven't overstepped my place. Ulquiorra remained quiet, lost in thoughtful but uneasy contemplation. They most likely want to enlist me in some capacity. Most likely entice me with wealth and authority. Do I have to say yes? I would imagine a genjutsu would pose little difficulty. But maybe I should go see how Konoha has changed and decide who I should spare. With her arms wrapped around him and her lips meeting his, Hinata's stunning face flashed into his consciousness. Ulquiorra answered, gesturing for Gaara and Shio to keep their cool. Maybe. I will come to Konoha. All of the Konoha Nin became at ease and assumed the appearance of peacocks fluffed out. Both Suna's head and the Sand siblings appeared uneasy. Standing, Ulquiorra bowed to Gaara. Forgive me, Gaara, but I have to leave. Gaara got going. Ulquiorra, you only just arrived. What do you need to do? Ulquiorra twitched his lips when Shio gave him a sealing scroll. I have a snake to deal with. And he was gone. A bat crossed the moon in flight. Hinata wept into the plush material as she curled her fingers into the futon cover. Blood trickled from the several cuts across her back, burning fiercely. Silently, she lay there, breathing heavily. The wanton desecration of the yukata had infuriated her father. He had used a willow rod to attack her back, causing multiple cuts. He had shut her up in her room and abandoned her to cry. She got up, hobbled over to the shrine, opened it, and started crying out loud. She bent down to give the photo a kiss. NN Naruto. Kun, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. They want me to marry Sasuke to get the Rinnegan from our children. Naruto. Kun, please forgive me. She sobbed and clutched herself, tears and mucus blending together. She extended her arm to grasp the Tonto. She vowed to destroy Sasuke and her father first. W. Won't L. Let him touch me. I'll be with you soon, Naruto. Kun. I promise. He refuses to have me. After a month, Hinata emerged from her room with a light step and a heavy brow. It was the day. After she completed the last exam, everything would be prepared. She wore her standard shinobi uniform, with the few modifications she had made in the past few months. Just 2 of the many modifications she made were the tanto hanging at her waist and the summoning scroll at her hip. As usual, she wore her hair in a long ponytail when she was out in public. As she made her way to the training grounds to meet with the remaining Chunin, she strolled through Konoha's crowded mid-morning streets. As she arrived at Training Ground 34's open field, she saluted Kiba with her hand. Grumbling in acknowledgement, he sullenly rubbed Akamaru's neck. He had undergone significant change since Naruto's passing. A long scar ran the length of his cheek, contorting and twisting as he moved his jaw, a reminder of a ferocious battle against an Aiwa. Nin gone mad. Shino was standing close by, surrounded by a dense cloud of insects. He seemed troubled by something about them as he observed them with concern. He gave her a nod while continuing to study his insects. Tenten was the same, but Rock Lee appeared more untamed with his slightly shaggier hair as they fiddled with their gear. The Ino. Shika. Sho continued to look the same. Shikamaru continued to look as goofy as ever, and Choji was still stuffing his face like it was his last dinner. After acknowledging her presence, everyone gathered around and split into the 2 teams that had been prearranged. Tenten joined Team 8 as they gathered, and Rock Lee, who gave a knuckle crack, went with Team 10. The 8 of them would frequently get together for these training matches, which almost always resulted in extensive damage. The training field was a broad, verdant plain surrounded by forests, with a small river meandering through it and cascading over the western cliff in a glistening waterfall. Shikamaru gave a few finger clicks and then extended his hand. Shino followed suit, his buds congregating around the fist as he did. With a thin smile, Shikamaru's fingers produced a kunai, which he calmly flung at Hinata. She could have done without even turning on her Byakugan. She extended her left hand and, encircling the heel of her palm and her fingertips with a small circle of chakra, struck the blade's tip with her fingers, spinning it up and away, then spun and struck it with the heel of her palm, sending it directly into Choji's path. He took a quick step back to keep from getting impaled. After completing the necessary formalities, the training started. With their blades and Kakaichu acting as a barrier and shield, Tenten and Shino started their long range battle with Ino and Shikimaru, fending off the Yamanka mind control techniques and the Nara shadow possessing jutsu. Choji and Kiba were engaged in a fierce battle on the water, with the Akamichi's overwhelming strength and size surpassing the Inuzuka's vicious attacks. Rock Lee, in the meantime, was throwing himself at her and revolving his fists to deliver a twin linked blow. She swiftly engaged her Byakugan, propelling herself forward and raising her hands to deflect the 2 precisely timed blows to her skull. With a smile on his face, he leapt backward and delivered a forceful double kick to her. She veered off course, then spun around like a dancer and hit his knee, piercing the tenketsu with a tiny piece of chakra. Lee shot backward, scowling at his thigh. Aside from an unhealthy dose of violence or an excess of chakra infused sand, stopping the tenketsu was the only thing that could slow down Lee. Sensing a gap in his limp that, because of the Byakugan, she knew was real, Hinata lunged forward, launching a barrage of blows at his chest. She made him cross the river again to the opposite bank after he blocked the majority of them. Her strength astounded Lee. Even though Neji hit harder than this, he was still being pushed back more quickly. That was, of course, a part of Hinata Chan's trap. Something was gathering around Hinata's feet. She hadn't paid attention to Shikamaru because she was so intent on eliminating Lee. He triumphantly exclaimed, "Kage Nui no Jutsu," ensnaring her with a dozen shadow spikes. She gave him a sour look. Lee sprinted past her and went after Shino. With a thin smile, she said this: "Now is the time for Plan B." As Hinata started to move independently, Shikamaru scowled. Even with multiple shadow blades piercing her, she was still able to move, even though his jutsu should have prevented her from doing so. He easily sidestepped the kunai she flicked out, realizing too late that it had a smokescreen tag. A thick, gray cloud of fog grew and engulfed him. He pivoted, peering through the heavy mist for any sign of Hinata. Hopefully, my jutsu will still trap her. He dropped into a defensive stance and withdrew his tanto. He disregarded the few flies that landed on his shoulders and back. In about a minute, the mist cleared. Hinata was directly in front of him, her chakra filled fist glistening. His perspiration stopped. He had only a few seconds to say, "Fuck," before he took a blow strong enough to break his nose and dislocate his jaw. He took off at a good 12 steps back, plummeting into the water and tumbling a short distance down the river. Turning, Hinata stopped Choji's extended fist's overhead downward cut. She extended her foot and pressed it deep into his large tummy. She gave a small smile. He stumbled back, exhausted, and she launched herself again, hitting with the cobra's swiftness. She tapped a couple of the tenketsu to cut them off, then swung her foot out and gave him a hard blow to the jaw, sending him reeling so that Kiba and Akamaru could attack with their Gatsuga and knock him to the ground. Realizing her predicament, Ino tried to unleash more of her explosive tags in her flower blasts, but Tenten intervened by calling forth a number of dozen blades, sending Ino flying and forcing her to escape in order to avoid being impaled. As he continued to try to penetrate Shino's insect shield, as he had done 3 years prior against Gaara, Lee realized that the battle was almost over. Leaping away, he flicked off the weights and threw them at Kiba, who fell with a funny expression on his face when they hit his head. Lee and Hinata jumped at each other. Hinata was aware that Lee would be too strong for her. That is, if she hadn't invented this method. She grimaced through the pain as she started to let more of Lee's attacks through. She extended her hand and launched a counterattack against Lee, striking him with a single finger each time while concealing it to give the impression that she was using more fingers. She spat blood and rammed her right index finger into his forehead as his leg drove into her stomach. Lee remained motionless for a minute before being thrown back, his eyes goofily confused and his tongue lolling. She straightened up and wiped her mouth of the blood. Her fellows were looking at her with shock and wonder. She let out a small laugh and sank into her typical tense posture, rubbing her fingers together. Shoji got up and gave his head a rub. He picked up Kiba and Akamaru and said, "How the hell did you do that, Hinata?" "Chan?" "It was insignificant," she whispered. Shikamaru chuckled. "Like hell. That was one serious taijutsu. How long have you known that technique?" She said, "A while, lying. It's just a gentle fist technique." The others gave a shake of their heads, and Ino started tending to their various wounds. Lee awoke slightly later and immediately approached Hinata, striking his trademark, "nice guy," pose. "That was a mighty technique, Hinata." "Chan. A most youthful attack." Kiba growled, "Please, Kami, shut him up." Lee sulked while they all laughed. Shino took a quick look at his Kakaichu. They were sitting or standing on the grass on the northern bank when he asked, "So, what did we learn from this exercise?" Tenten gave a shrug. "My aim was a little off today. I need to redistribute weight amid my weapons. Me and Akamaru need to put on more weight." "What?" "We need more muscle. It's necessary for me to increase my vitamin intake." Kiba's attack almost broke my arm, and Hinata. "Chan almost burst my stomach," Shoji said, massaging the affected area. The general consensus was that Shino used his bugs too much, but nobody wanted to have a female suddenly latch on and be pursued by a horde of Kakaichu. "My Kakaichu have been inactive for too long. I need to use them more. Their baseline chakra from consumption of the local area is too low, making them of little use at the beginning of the battle because their chakra is insufficient. I need to get a little closer. My taijutsu and mind control jutsu are better off paired together. At long range, I can only use my tags and pedal bombs. I need to increase my weights. I need to be faster to avoid that attack again." Shikamaru gave his head a quick rub. "I need to work on my shadow jutsu." All eyes turned to Hinata when it became apparent that he would not be volunteering anymore. "I don't see any problems with your performance," Shino replied. If Aburame permitted emotions to enter their voice, he sounded a little proud. Hinata gave a headshake. "No, I need to get stronger." Lee remarked, "You knocked me out." She stated icily, "But it needs to be a stronger attack." She lifted her head and stood. "Gomenasai, but I have to go." She had bolted, jumping through the trees, before any of them could say anything. Shikamaru gave his jaw a rub. "Well, this is really screwed up," Kiba yelled. "What? Don't tell me you didn't notice?" drawled, enlightenedness, Shikamaru. Well, different emotions cause releases of different chemicals in the bloodstream, right? Well, Hinata. Chan stank of aggression just now. So, what, she wanted to kill Lee? No. What I mean is that she probably was using Lee as an experiment to see how much more powerful that technique needs to get. Asked Shikamaru. Kiba gave a nod. Everybody, even the insects, went silent. Everyone understood what that meant. Because of his innate taijutsu ability, Lee was one of the hardest shinobi in the village. An attack that would have left most people unconscious for a week would likely leave Lee unconscious for only a few minutes. Well, she's taking this as we anticipated. All of them concurred with Tenten's assessment. Even Shino had been upset when Hinata and Sasuke's marriage was made public. Kiba had lost her mind. Hinata herself, well, one didn't need to be a genius to understand the struggles she faced. Her father had been ordering her hair to be pulled back in a long, royal ponytail for the past few months. Both in the training fields and within the Hyuga clan, her training had become increasingly violent. She would frequently be dragged from the field by Asuma or Kurenai, her eyes wide and blood-spitting. There was an engulfing sense of hopelessness and sadness all around her. Shikamaru averted his gaze. Hinata had changed since the murder, no, the execution of Naruto. Compared to before, she had become more withdrawn and melancholic. She trained, fought, and even spoke with an air of detachment as though she were operating on autopilot. Though Shikamaru had never been one to believe in fate, he did believe in the red string based on the way she behaved. That's when it dawned on him. Careful not to startle the others, he got to his feet. He waved and left, saying, "Moping won't do no good. I'll talk to her. See ya." He fled as soon as he was certain he was out of sight and hearing. On the trail that led to the village in the forest surrounding Konoha, he eventually caught up with Hinata. He ran up to her panting, and she turned and said, "Hinata. Chan, wait. That gentle fist technique, that's not a normal technique. I've never heard of anything like that. You pour chakra into a single digit, and release it in a huge blast into the tenketsu. That's what you used on me. I thought they were flies." Hinata didn't say anything but looked frightened, and he gave her a dead stare. If you poured enough chakra into a single blow, due to the condensed attack, you could blow a man's heart. So tell me, who do you want to kill? Her eyes grew wide, and then slowly became harder. He felt a chill go up his spine because of the strange expression on her lovely, angelic face. She pivoted, gazing up at the heavens. "I want and I need to kill my father and Uchiha Sasuke." A snake attacked a bunny hiding in the underbrush, causing it to die in pain. A cherry blossom landed between them, falling. There was a black cloud covering the sun. 4 words came out of Shikamaru's mouth, "Holy shit, you're serious." She gave a nod. "What the hell? Hinata, why? Why?" She growled. She gestured toward him. She wept, closing her eyes. 3 years ago they killed Naruto. Kun. The only man. She sobbed like a child, holding her face in her hands. Shikamaru was silent, his own tears welling up. Unbeknownst to everyone, Naruto had slashed his wrists the day he passed away. He had considered Naruto to be a good friend, even though he, Shikamaru, and Choji were the class losers. They acted as though they were family. He had left his brother to perish. Shikamaru had left him to die. To hell with him being a subhuman Jinchuriki and a traitor. To hell with his attempted murder of Sasuke. It was only because of his cowardice that he had survived. Standing by the little gravestone in the cemetery were Shino and Kiba, as well as Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Lee, Tenten, and the Konohamaru Corps. The grave of Naruto was isolated in a large, shadowy corner. They were sure it wouldn't be tarnished by the village ungrateful people because nobody came here. Over the past few days, Choji had become noticeably thinner, and Ino appeared to be extremely disturbed. Kiba was snarling with rage and sadness and rubbing at his eyes angrily. Although Shino was difficult to read, his Kakaichu's buzzing was quiet. Even though Konohamaru was crying, his fists were tightly balled up at his sides. Kurenai and Asuma stood a short distance away, Asuma with his arm around her waist and smoking. Shikamaru turned to face Lee. With his arms crossed over his chest, he gazed at the tombstone with a detached expression and glassy eyes. A short distance behind them, Tenten was tinkering with a kunai. Kurenai led Konohamaru away as the sun began to slowly set behind them, casting a worried glance back at them. Asuma leaned back in his chair and sighed raspingly. He turned and threw the cigarette's butt away, saying, "The last time someone was executed as a traitor was 30 odd years back. The girl killed a member of the Hyuga main house after being hired by Iwa." He walked away, humming a dirge under his breath. Her family was ostracized and forced into a small corner of the village and left there, under the orders of the fourth. "You know, I think they're still there." It was Shino who spoke first. "Because of the social stigma, I believe he is saying that those left behind by the traitor suffer most." Shikamaru gave a nod. Hinata Chan. She was able to fulfill her greatest wish, but it was taken from her. He turned to face each of them. A gloomy, fey expression covered his eyes. "Naruto is gone. We're what he left behind. He made it his nin. Due to protect everyone else and to take care of his friends." Kiba picked things up quicker than the others. With a kunai in his hand, he withdrew a droplet of blood from his fingertip. "Well, it's kind of fitting if we protect what he protected," the child replied. Lee trailed behind, and before long, every single one of them had a cut finger, and the blood dripped to cover the lawn like red tears. Shikamaru gave Hinata a serious, long look. He lifted a trembling hand and wiped his gaunt face. Hell, to be honest with himself, he wanted to murder a good number of the higher-ranking officials, including Kakashi and Sasuke. If he had the right motivation, he would murder Tsunade. He turned, moaning. But to hear Hinata confess to having a vicious wish to murder her father and Sasuke? That was not what he had anticipated. With her eyes red, rimmed with tears, Hinata gave him a long, hard look before slowly lowering herself into her fighting stance. Shikamaru realized he was at a fork in the road, with death lurking around every corner. 1. He could now keep quiet and support Hinata in her retaliation. Or 2, he could give her some comforting words and deliver a deadly blow to the skull. He complained to himself, there's going to be a lot of work, whatever happens. Shikamaru calmly raised his hands. His expression darkened to a sadistic, fine, you win. I'll help you. Hinata began, grinning a little bit herself. Shikamaru was taken aback by himself. It wasn't even midday when he vowed to kill 2 clan heads and anyone who stood in his way. Ahem, they both said as they turned to face the other people. They were all looking gloomy and innocent. Kiba gave this crazy smile. We've been quiet for far too long, Shino muttered. The others were silent, but their icy gazes and lowered jaws showed their resolve. Because of our silence and cowardice, this village slips ever closer to dominion. Lee gave a shrug. We may die, but we'll go with the fires of our youth burning like stars. Hinata gave them a beaming smile. Danzo observed the Chunin go. That the Lady Hyuga hadn't noticed him with her Baikugan surprised him. However, he had not anticipated the girl, or, for that matter, most of the Konoha 10, to be a traitor. Since one of his Anbu had found the shrine in the girl's room a few years ago, he had been following the Hyuga girl. Danzo watched them go in silence, partly because he felt it was too important to entrust the task of watching her to anyone else and partly because he had made the decision to watch her himself. He was not interested in conflict, at least not on the same scale as Suande. He had always envisioned the shinobi world as a whole, headed by Konoha rather than Konoha alone. He had great intentions for the boy from Uzumaki. They would have been a formidable force in the battle against the Akatsuki if they had had the Kyubi no Yoko's strength behind them, along with the might of Uchiha, Hitaki, and the Byakugan. However, he had lost the Kyubi due to the Hokage and the village council's utter stupidity. Who knew how much time finding again would take? However, that was unimportant. When the boy was alive, he had no grudges against him. Had he known that Hyuga had fallen in love with him, he could have possibly found a match. For her young to eat, a hawk dropped a mouse into the nest. Danzo sighed deeply and quietly. This was too much for him anymore. As an Anbu member touched down next to him, he lifted his head. The lady inclined her head. Shimura. Sama. Yes? He muttered. Tsunade. Sama requests your presence immediately by the gates. With a snort, he gestured for her to come with him. They made haste for the gates, landing close to Hitaki, Tsunade, and the Uchiha, along with other Konoha lords and officials. He turned to face Tsunade, then bowed his head towards them. What is it you require, Hokage? Sama? Tsunade gave him a smile. Ulquiorra is nearly here. Danzo cocked to peer through the gates. The boy possessed great power, and Konoha would gain even more strength if he joined them. The boy, though, was unknown. Were they able to put their trust in him? Was he employed by another company? He turned to face Tsunade. Do you wish me to? No, she answered. No, not yet. Let's try to be diplomatic first. The sound of a big cart trundling down the road was soon audible. It soon became visible. It was a big cart, easily as big as a small house. 3 large oxen were pulling it, and a young man with violet eyes and white hair was steering it. He had a big knife draped over his shoulder. At the first sight of it, Hitaki and the 2 original members of Team 7 began shouting. The Kabikirabocho was Hitaki. A broad, strong young man with orange hair and red eyes was walking beside the cart. His hand twitched wildly and it appeared as though he was muttering something under his breath. Beside the boy with white hair was a girl with red eyes. Danzo began as soon as he saw the red hair of Uzumaki. Never in his lifetime had he anticipated seeing another one like that. He witnessed other people who were aware of the Uzumaki colors begin as well. She appeared to be engaged in a furious debate with the boy with white hair, but they both abruptly stopped and turned to gaze inside the cart. They then became quiet. The 3 of them stood by the cart, their eyes hard and cold as the cart came to a stop a short distance from the gates. The cart's cloth covering parted at the front, revealing a man who looked exactly like Ulquiorra. In addition to wearing Suna's clothing, he was encircled by a lengthy purple cloak. He spoke a few words to the others, who nodded. The person with the white hair gave him a big smile. Ulquiorra raised his gaze to the Konoha. Nin, and as he disappeared, Danzo blinked with surprise. He began as the icy voice next to him spoke. I trust that I have not interrupted anything? Spinning around, they all saw Ulquiorra standing next to them. Beneath the cloak, his hands appeared to be holding something. Tsunade took a step forward. Welcome, Ulquiorra, to Konohagakure. I trust you are well? His voice was sharp and curt, well enough. Unquestionably instructed by a capable mentor. Who, I wonder? Hitaki moved to the front. Last time we met, you said something about dealing with a snake. What did you mean? Silent, Ulquiorra just lifted his cape. He held up the severed head of Orochimaru, and almost everyone blanched. The man appeared to be laughing triumphantly, his expression immobile in bliss. Tsunade accepted it from Ulquiorra. I believe you can verify it is him, Hokage. Sama. It sounds like he's spitting it at her, Danzo thought to himself as he said the title. Even so, he was most likely the only one to think that. Like Genin following the first kill, they were all staring at the severed heads. Yes, that is him, Tsunade mutely affirmed. But how can I be sure he is dead? Uchiha's lips quirked in arrogance. Forgive the suspicion, Ulquiorra, but Orochimaru has been killed many times, and he always vomited himself out again to survive. We need more proof. The others gave a nod. Though he had indeed killed Sasori, what about Orochimaru? His lips quirked a little as they began. It resembled a shark's smile. I see. Well, I am glad you say so. Or else we would have hauled this all the way here for nothing, he said, gesturing to the others as the cart rolled forward once more. And what is it? Inquired Danzo. To be honest, the boy piqued his curiosity the most. Ulquiorra remained silent. The others quickly stepped back and opened the back of the cart as the cart spun around. At their feet slipped and rolled a long, gray, white titan. Like snake with a pale flesh snout and a mane of coarse black hair. It measured almost 20 feet in length and 3 men's thickness. Its 2 large golden amber eyes and its twisted face, if face there was one, depicted a rictus of agonizing death. When the corpse was revealed, the Konoha Nin all stepped back in shock, and some of them started to perspire. Danzo stared at the body in quiet wonder. He took a step forward, nudging the mass with his foot. Tsunade remarked, "Well, so this is how he survived so long." Ulquiorra gave a nod. Yes, he used a jutsu to take over the bodies of those he deemed of use, and gained their abilities. Hyuga Hiyashi whispered, probably what he wanted to do to Uchiha. San. That made the Uchiha look uncomfortable. Danzo turned to face Orochimaru again. How did he die? Ulquiorra started to say something, but the white-haired one cut him off with, like a little bitch. Ulquiorra scowled. A month prior to now. It seemed like a lifetime ago when Ulquiorra landed in the abandoned village, his eyes searching for the small house where he had spent the night. Entering, he unsealed the sealing scroll, inserted the extra clothing he had received from the people, and did the same with the Kabikirabocho. Letting out a sigh, he turned to find Naruto staring up at the sky. Yes? He asked in a fatalistic manner. She'd be proud of you. They both would be. Ulquiorra's eyes grew a little wide with surprise. What? He drifted off, saying, "You must kill Orochimaru quickly, Ulquiorra." Hinata. She's still waiting. Ulquiorra stared after him, and then he was gone, too, like dust in the breeze. He traveled through the vast desert, making stops every few miles to orient himself. Leaping across the sand with great bounds, he headed east and north. Behind him, the golden sand gradually vanished into the distance. On the edge of the Ishigakure country, he made his overnight stop under the shade of a large tree. His nightmares were gloomy, bloodshot, and frigid. The following day, he got going early and broke his fast on the flesh of a hare that was stupid enough to get caught. He was soon moving through the grass and forests at top speed. He decelerated and took a seat atop a cliff, gazing down over a chasm as the sun began to set. He arrived at the forest surrounding Tenchi Bridge the following day as the sun was setting. He took out Hiriko and Sasori's cloak after opening the scroll. It took him a few moments to get dressed. It was fortunate that the different levers inside the construct served as the foundation for the puppet's control mechanisms. He crawled out from under the brush and toward the bridge. He waited while standing on it. After some time, he sensed an approach to his research. It was kind of familiar. He raised his head and recognized the face. Kabuto Yakushi. His surprise was only mild. He believed that Kabuto had an unwavering devotion to Orochimaru. "It's been a long time, Sasori." "Sama," he replied. "About 5 years, am I correct?" Ulquiorra ground out, "Were you followed?" "It's just you and me. And Orochimaru will soon know I'm gone, so let's make this short." "Whatever you desire," Ulquiorra snarled. "Where is his hideout?" "It changes weekly. We go to a different one each week in order to avoid discovery." "I see. Where is he now?" Kabuto scowled. With a gesture he said, "This is here, in Kusagakure." "I see." Kabuto extended his hand to him and said, "Yes, please give me the item you promised me. I have been here far too long. Orochimaru will kill me if he finds out I've been here." Ulquiorra's head bowed. "I needed to deal with him right away." Ulquiorra moved Hiriko's arms and feigned to reach inside his cloak, saying, "Yes, I'm aware." But before he could launch himself at Kabuto, a sibilant, cold voice spoke, starting them both. "Your conversation sounds intriguing. I hope you don't mind if I join in." "Orochimaru," Ulquiorra whispered. "You haven't changed." With a menacing smile, the serpent Sannin met him. Ulquiorra ignored the look, but Naruto would have freaked out. "I remember that garb. It brings back many memories, Sasori." Rather than respond, Ulquiorra observed Kabuto closely as he leapt past the Sannin to join him. Kabuto gave him a quick look before glaring at him with a hand covered in chakra. Ulquiorra arched an eyebrow as Hiriko leapt to her feet. "I see. It appears whatever hold I had on you once is gone, Kabuto. You never had one." Ulquiorra stood up and tossed away the puppet and cloak, saying, "I see. Well, Orochimaru, I thank you for revealing yourself to me. It makes killing you that much simpler." Kabuto got going with Orochimaru. "Who are you?" Orochimaru inquired. "Asuna." "Nin?" Ulquiorra replied, "No, I'm just the Cage's ally." He pulled out a sword. "You killed Sasori?" "Yes." "Remarkable," the man muttered. He moved into a protective stance. "Well, this body is getting on a bit. Perhaps you might be good for a while." Stepping forward, Ulquiorra said, "Let us see." With amazing speed, the sword of Kusanagi emerged from Orochimaru's mouth, preventing Murcielago from arcing at his neck. Ulquiorra pulled back his arm and struck Orochimaru several times, slashing him across the face and chest. In return, the Sannin swung his blade around Murcielago and lodged it in Ulquiorra's shoulder. Ignoring the pain, the Espada launched himself further down the blade, sending Murcielago slamming into the user's stomach. A shower of snakes erupted around Orochimaru, who then reappeared in the distance, grinning. Ulquiorra spun around and kicked Kabuto away after deflecting his well-aimed thrust. The attack's force launched Kabuto skyward, whereupon it crashed far into the forest. Rather than showing concern for his apprentice, Orochimaru appeared even more intrigued. Well, it seems your taijutsu is good, and with that strength, hey, you'll be a good host," he chuckled. With his left hand, he lifted the sword and aimed it directly at Ulquiorra's face. Ulquiorra sonidoed in front of the Sannin without saying anything. Orochimaru stopped the blow in time, and his eyes grew wide with surprise. Ulquiorra swung his sword in his face, and he leapt away. Ulquiorra and Orochimaru engaged in a violent duel. Ulquiorra had a weak, ridiculous reflection of Shinso in mind when she saw the Kusanagi sword. In the instant it took Orochimaru to extend the blade once, Ichimaru would have struck at him 6 times. With his blade sweeping back and forth, Orochimaru briefly touched the ground each time, sending sparks flying as they did so. They fought back and forth over the bridge until 3 hours after midday had passed. Though neither warrior desired an absolute victory, they both possessed a variety of potent techniques that they could have used to subdue the other. In order to preserve the stranger's body for further analysis and experimentation, Orochimaru held back. In order to better preserve his Ryatsu, Ulquiorra held back. His defeat by Sasori had made him aware of his limitations, and facing a Sannin would demand greater strength and cunning. It seemed more like a dance than a duel because of how skillfully and brutally they both moved. They both flowed like wind and water, like the sea during a tempest. They bobbed and swung like battling herons, steel flashing like lightning. With both hands in one, they swept their swords with accuracy, control, and deadly precision. At last, the pair parted ways. Despite his excessive perspiration, Orochimaru had a wild smile and his tongue was sticking out. Ulquiorra, meanwhile, remained calm and composed, unflappable as ever. Where their opponent's blade had gone too close, both of their garments were ripped and torn in those areas. Orochimaru chuckled and spun the Kusanagi around in his hands. "Oh, wonderful. Quite wonderful. You're incredible." He chuckled. "Whoever you are marvelous. I wonder, do you have a Kekkei Genkai?" Ulquiorra gave a nod and moved behind Orochimaru, Sonido. "Ing away." Murcielago drove into the Sannin's spine and Ulquiorra kicked him away before he could even open his mouth or widen his eyes in shock. The serpent user crashed into the forest as he flew back the way he had come. Ulquiorra took off after him, not knowing if he would survive. He followed the trail of fallen trees as he made his way through the forest. At last he saw the impact crater left by the Sannin. Gazing over the crater rim, he thought, "I would say that he was certainly dead, but I also believed that of Kurosaki." All that remained in the deep hole was a floppy, twisted sack of skin that vaguely resembled a caricature of Orochimaru. Orochimaru has that weird body. Shedding jutsu, of course. He turned as soon as he heard a twig snap behind him and used his forearm's hierro to block the Kusanagi. Orochimaru stared at Ulquiorra in amazement. He mumbled, pulling his sword back and poking Ulquiorra in the skull. "You can block a sword strike with your skin. Most interesting," he said. With a casual slap, Ulquiorra removed the sword, and 2 seconds later, he saw Orochimaru use a jutsu. He urged, "Gogyo Fuin." As he pressed his hand into Ulquiorra's side, his body tingled from the chakra that was overflowing into it. His lips tightened more than usual, his eyes narrowing, he staggered back. The attack hurt even with his terrible chakra levels, and his already tiny chakra disappeared because of the limitations of the mortal body. This caused his body to slightly slow down, and in this fight, speed was crucial. Orochimaru just grinned back at him as he hissed. "Well now, it seems I hurt you. Well, let's see if you can return the favor." Ulquiorra shot him a glare and rushed forward, slashing at him with sharp, fast blows. Orochimaru repeatedly blocked, their blades colliding with tiny explosions of force. Ulquiorra steadily gained the upper hand despite his slowed pace. Then, as their swords came into contact again, Murcielago sliced the Kusanagi in half, then proceeded to follow its arc and chop off the head of the stunned Orochimaru. Blood spurted from the slashed flesh as the severed head bounced on the ground. Ulquiorra began as a swarm of snakes burst from the severed neck and transformed into Orochimaru. Ulquiorra remarked, "You are ridiculously difficult to kill, just like Sasori and Kurosaki." With a smile on his face, Orochimaru licked the weird mucus that had covered his skin due to his skin shedding methods. Yes, Sasori was always a hard one to deal with. And who, may I ask, is Kurosaki? A fool. Now, let us end this. With a sly grin, Orochimaru quickly finished a string of hand seals while exclaiming, "Futon! Ten no Habi Sudoraiku no Jutsu! Heavenly Serpent Strike!" From his hands, 3 long, serpentine forms formed of high pressure air spewed out and struck Ulquiorra. Though he avoided the others, the incredible strength of the assault cost him a hand despite his hierro. Ulquiorra's regeneration appeared to pique Orochimaru's interest even more. "This stranger is amazing. I have to bring him back to Otogakure if I can." Ulquiorra's lips were pursed. "I don't think I have an option. Right now, he is as powerful as Kurosaki was before he put on that mask." The two of them stared coldly at each other, the wind pulling at their hair and clothes. He pointed Murcielago toward the ground and closed his eyes for a brief period of time, focusing, before opening them and murmuring, "Farewell, Orochimaru. This is the end." In close, Murcielago. Beneath his feet, the earth quivered and split. He was enveloped in energy by green and black flames, while green rain descended from the sky. Not knowing what it was, Orochimaru staggered back from the sheer weight of the amazing Ryotsu. Animals and birds ran away in fear as the surrounding trees split and splintered, and those who took too long to flee perished from the extreme pressure. Ulquiorra was hanging beneath a profound chasm as the fissures in the ground continued to yawn. After the smoke and Ryotsu finally subsided, Ulquiorra appeared in midair, his Primera Etapa form glowing in the sunlight. Orochimaru stared at him in utter amazement, taking in his horned crown, black tears, pure white body robe, and broad coal. Black wings. He was able to choke out, "Who are you?" Orochimaru felt something punch him in the gut and spat blood, saying, "I am Ulquiorra. Now die." Ulquiorra had driven his fist into his stomach and sonidoed in front of him. With a deeper grip, he raised his fist and launched Orochimaru skyward like a rocket. He pursued him with a shot, rising above the Sannin and sending him flying back to Earth, leaving a broad crater in the forest as a result. Before vomiting up a new form once more, Orochimaru coughed up more blood and felt many of his broken bones piercing his flesh. With scarcely any time to recuperate, Ulquiorra swiped him off with a wing slap. He slammed into the earth, scattering dirt. Luz de la Luna was conjured up by Ulquiorra, who then threw it at the shinobi to impale him. With a cry of agony, Orochimaru stumbled backward, clutching the spear and attempting to remove it from his body. Glided over to him, Ulquiorra cast a chilly gaze on him. "Where is your base, Orochimaru?" Orochimaru tried to stand up after spitting at him. Ulquiorra pounded on his leg, breaking his knee and cracking the bones until the leg was sliced to ribbons from the inside out. "My patience is running low. Answer the question." The sound of steel hitting a mountainside could be heard. Ulquiorra turned to face Kabuto, who was standing behind him with a broken fist covered in chakra. Though not severely, he appeared slightly bruised from his earlier flight. Ulquiorra gave him an owlish blink and grabbed him by the throat. "Survive this, Kabuto." He threw Kabuto out of the way, sending him hurtling through the sky at breakneck speed before crashing through the trees and landing in a dense forest that was out of sight. "Your protege is gone, Sannin." Finally rising to his feet, Orochimaru unleashed a torrent of snakes, which he used as whips to attack him. In an attempt to fight his way through to Orochimaru, Ulquiorra tore them to pieces with his hands or cut them to pieces with Luz de la Luna. The snakes coiled themselves around Ulquiorra, trying to hurt him with their spitting blades, but they were no more successful than flies stinging a bear. He was a tornado of destruction, chopping the snakes to ribbons. Ulquiorra hacked the snakes to ribbons as he moved toward Orochimaru, leaving a trail of blood stains on the ground. At last, the slithering ocean opened up to reveal Orochimaru. The Sannin had just completed and released a jutsu seal. Futon. Daitopa. Ulquiorra scowled at the enormous gust of wind. Approaching the blast, he remained motionless. He was taken aback when he was blown away. There's still some venom in Orochimaru's fangs. Seeing his chance, Orochimaru partially changed into a snake, transforming his lower body into its tail. Ulquiorra pondered as he called forth the fully restored Kusanagi blade. This was likely made possible by his regeneration jutsu. With remarkable speed, he slithered in his direction and swung his sword at his head. Ulquiorra used his arm to block it, but as Orochimaru grinned and changed once more, Ulquiorra's eyes grew wide. His eye markings widened and extended down his neck to his shoulders, while his sclera darkened. Hubby Senin Moto, Ulquiorra. I think I'm more than a match for your Komori Senin Moto. You think this is a transformation jutsu? It's a Keke Genkei. Wonderful. I'll be able to keep it once you're dead. I doubt that, Orochimaru. Feeling the sword in Orochimaru's hand sever his skin, Ulquiorra called forth the Luza de la Luna and lunged towards Orochimaru. They engaged in a frenzied and vicious duel once more, their weapons clashing repeatedly. They inflicted severe wounds on each other on multiple occasions, but their regeneration quickly resolved the issue. Orochimaru was repeatedly sliced in half by Ulquiorra, but he never stopped rebuilding his body. Finally weary of the never-ending struggle, Ulquiorra grabbed Orochimaru by the tail and threw him skyward, allowing him to land again and break his back. While still conscious, Orochimaru succeeded in regurgitating another corpse. Ulquiorra muttered, "This is getting ridiculous," as Orochimaru readied himself for yet another blow. At least Sasori had the decency to die when he had been cut down. Orochimaru gave a titter. Despite his unassuming appearance, he was worn out. He was getting tired from using jutsus and constantly regenerating. He allowed himself, at most, 2 or 3 minutes before he had to run for it. Ulquiorra gestured to Orochimaru and muttered, "I get tired of this. This will annihilate you. Nothing will remain, Orochimaru." Green light swirled around the black orb as it gathered around his fingertip. The compacted, dense Ryotsu accumulated, shrinking until it reached the size of a tiny marble. Sero Ascuras. A brief pause was followed by a blast that resembled an emerald. Garbed ebony lance. The earth was scarred in its path, and the air around it was bent. Orochimaru responded right away after perceiving the technique's potency. Kachiyose. Sanju Rashoman. Before Orochimaru, 3 enormous gates, 1 green, 1 red, and the third blue, rose and blocked the Sero's path. The first gate was hit by the blast. It held for about a heartbeat before breaking into dozens of fragments. It was somewhat restrained by the second, but it still fell. The third resisted the onslaught for a complete minute. As the green and black light engulfed Orochimaru, burning bones to ash and vaporizing organs and blood, it tore skin from flesh and flesh from bone. Orochimaru screamed. Before long, the spot on earth where Orochimaru had once stood was only a black line. Ulquiorra let out a soft sigh and lowered his hand. Compared to Kurosaki and Sasori, fighting Orochimaru had been more difficult. He stood there in his Suna clothes, his resurrection having faded. Exhaling deeply, he felt a sense of relief. Though he had hoped to locate Otogakure, Orochimaru's hideout, he would be content to witness the former Konoha Nin's execution. At that moment, he became aware of the tiny white snake curled up on the ground, staring at him. He gave it an owlish blink. Had he been in his past life, he would have been cursing, bouncing on the snake, and tearing it to pieces. "The way things were," he exclaimed, "this is beyond ridiculous." The snake started to convulse, and then it started to spit out hundreds of snakes, twisting this way and that until they joined together to form a massive, living colossus with a beige snout, amber eyes, and a coarse black mane. "Orochimaru, you are a hard man to kill," he replied. Likewise, the titan growled. "But this battle proves it. Even if your body rots away in 3 years, I'll have regeneration on par with one of the kami, and that wonderful Kekkei Genkai. He raised his voice and roared. Fushi Tensai. With his mouth hanging open, Ulquiorra began to raise his sword in response to Orochimaru's blow to him. After Ulquiorra swung his sword at the creature, it seemed as though the beast had swallowed him whole. He was in a pitch black plain with dozens of other strange, intestine-like objects swarming around him. He saw people covering him when he looked down. What are these things, really? Orochimaru exclaimed, this is the power of the Shirohebe no Chikara. From behind him. Glancing over his shoulder, Ulquiorra noticed Orochimaru a short distance away, encased in the same mass that resembled an intestine. I need a new body, and yours is just right, Ulquiorra. I'll take that body and warp it. I'll conquer the world with your Kekkei Genkai. You'll be the weapon I'll wield to destroy all my enemies. Ulquiorra was unable to resist. He'd never done this in his life. He grinned and rolled his eyes. You ripped the soul from the body, yes? Yes. The mass of flesh was beginning to change strangely. Ulquiorra could feel it swarming over him, and he knew that this was what had torn the soul from the body. I see. He tore the mass of flesh away and strode across the landscape in front of Orochimaru's terrified gaze. The world around him turned to an opaque white that had a hint of green. Orochimaru was growing paler and paler as Ulquiorra stood over him. He revealed his hollow hole and said, I am beyond your power, Orochimaru. I am no mortal man. He reached out and tore Orochimaru's eyes from his head, saying, I am the result of hundreds of thousands of souls fused together. I devoured souls to survive. I didn't think I would eat any more, he said over the screaming of the Sannin. I have to admit, this is satisfying. Gonzui. For hours, screams could be heard throughout the inner plane. Shortly afterward, Ulquiorra woke up in the real world. With a mocking sniff, he cast his gaze downward at the contorted serpent. Trash. He had made up his mind to go after the bounty on Orochimaru. He would be able to live in the shinobi realm thanks to the enormous sum of money. He raised his gaze to the heavens. He had surprised himself by realizing that, despite the time it took to absorb Orochimaru and release all those souls within him, our duel had only lasted an hour. Maybe even their powers, he could have retained the souls Orochimaru had taken inside of him. However, he squeezed the bridge of his nose and shook his head. These human behaviors were strange for him, but he had previously acted in such a way when he was annoyed. He sensed something was off. Reaching the lowest point of his inner world, he discovered an odd anomaly. He combined elements of Orochimaru's and his chakra. With this passive power, he could access many of Orochimaru's secrets even though he couldn't use jutsu. If Kurosaki had shown up, claiming to be the Yondaime Hokage reincarnated and coming to give him back the power of the Kyuubi, he would not have been more shocked. The sound of laughter caught his attention and he looked over his shoulder. What is so funny? That train of thought, Ulquiorra. Kun. Imagining Kurosaki appearing and doing all of that. Ulquiorra gave him a scowl. Naruto ruffled his hair and laughed. Why are you so surprised? I have eaten an incomparable number of souls, and only half-forgotten memories have been absorbed. Never energy. Yeah, but this isn't the Shinigami realm. Different rules. He had many of Orochimaru's memories, as you have said before, so it was best to keep them quiet. Naruto was by his side, worried and concerned, asking, what is it? Orochimaru's memories. I can see what he did, the locations of his bases, every thought. He is gone. I completely destroyed him. But, now, I have his chakra and his memories. He glanced at the sky and once nodded. I must go. There is one now, whose skills might prove invaluable to me. Naruto grinned. So you're going to free them? Ulquiorra just moved away and disappeared into the distance without saying anything. Lying in a pool of his own blood, staring after Kabuto with dark, angry eyes, he had no idea who the man was. Ulquiorra eyed the massive void in the rock. Otogakure, or at least a portion of it, stood behind it. He moved in the direction of the concealed seal and pushed some of his chakra into it. A tiny door in the stone opened as the cliff's flank trembled. He entered and wandered around the tunnel. It descended at a sharp, continuous incline and was dank and dark. Ulquiorra moved forward, looking ahead at the path. At last, he reached a large, open cavern with a statue of a snake with candles for eyes inside. As he surveyed the space, he noticed numerous hallways leaving the room. He followed the memories as he strolled down one. He entered a tiny lab, where a sizable table was positioned in the middle with straps attached to it. He felt a chilly rage rising as he stared at the young girl, who couldn't have been older than 5 or 6. Gently he removed her shackles and murmured, "Girl. Girl. Wake up." Her eyes were closed over hollow sockets, her face a jumble of scars. In one of the nearby tanks, a pair of green eyes floated. Her body was twisted and undernourished. The room was strewn with bloody surgical instruments and other bizarre devices, all of which had obvious uses. A low moan leaked out of her mouth. "No more, please, I'll be good, don't touch me, don't." Ulquiorra took her hand and said, "Girl," very gently. "He's gone. He won't hurt you again. I'm a friend." The girl tried to pull away from him, to curl up. "How would you explain that to a kid?" "Please, child. Orochimaru, the snake man, is dead. I killed him. I'm going to take you home." The girl paused for a brief interval. Ulquiorra thought she heard the sound of bubbling chemicals and the drip of something she knew wasn't water. "Home? To Kiri?" "Yes." "To Okasan?" Her voice was so timid and tiny. "Yes." He experienced a strange sting in his eyes. "No more." "No." She whispered, "Please," and then abruptly extended her hands to him. He picked her up and gave her a tight hug before heading out. This contained invaluable information. An abundance of knowledge that would be very beneficial to him. Orochimaru's massive jutsu stockpile and whatever else he had on hand. Still, he had the memories, and they served him well enough. He covered the girl with a blanket before exiting the complex, shooting a Sero to end the incident and obliterating it from memory. It was pouring with rain. "What is your name, child?" The girl appeared to be enjoying the sensation of the chilly water on her skin. "Terumi Rin," she answered, her lips slightly smiling at her newfound freedom. "I am Ulquiorra. I have a special Kekkei Genkei, Rin. I can move very fast. It might make you feel ill. Are you ready to move? You have a Kiki Genkei too?" "Yes." "Is that why?" She moved in closer to him and put her hands on his shirt, saying, "Yeah." Ulquiorra gave a nod, and they departed thereafter. As they moved, she exclaimed, "Wow. This is great, we're going really fast." "Yes, Rin." At least she was content. Ulquiorra stopped outside Kiri a few days later. Rin was safe to relieve herself, having scarcely left his arms. Ulquiorra had killed a boar, which she had feasted on. If possible, she had eaten more than he had. She was happy, sweet, and tortured. She reminded him a lot of Naruto. He was guarding her. He was curious about her mother. She must be significant because she has a cute Genkei and Kekkei Genkei. When they were almost at the gates, she whispered, "Onichan, will you stay in Kiri?" "No." He gave her a downcast look. Orochimaru was hurting others. "I have to free them." Her tear ducts were still present even though her eyes were gone. He dabbed a tear away. He was surprised at his gentle nature. "I'll return though. I promise, Rin." She sniffed and tried to muster up a brave face. "Okay." They made their way through the mists and over the waters to arrive at a sizable set of gates. There were armed and heavily armored guards numbering at least 60. A woman in her late 30s with long red, brown hair and green eyes wore a mourning outfit at their head. Ulquiorra approached and slowed. The woman asked, "Who goes there?" Deep bags under her eyes and a gaunt, worn face were present. Rin began to lie in his arms. "Okasan?" The force stopped and the woman froze. Ulquiorra gave the woman another glance. "Is Terumi Rin your kin?" It appeared as though the woman had seen a ghost. Her breathing was irregular and harsh as she approached them. She stood in front of him, glancing at Rin. Her shriek was a mixture of horror and delight. "Rin!" she exclaimed, snatching the young girl and cuddling her. "Rin! My baby. The group of shinobi behind her appeared calm and composed, but when they realized what had happened to Rin, they paled and became uncomfortable. The woman wept, "Oh, Rin," as her happy little one clung to her. "I was so worried. Mother's here now, don't worry." Ulquiorra was unable to resist. His smile was thin. It was an odd smile, sad smile. He dabbed at his cheek, removing some of the mist's moisture. Rin's mother wept and whimpered for a few minutes before looking up at him with a broad smile on her face, tears streaking her face and red eyes. Ulquiorra bowed in return. "Thank you, so much. I can never hope to repay your kindness for bringing her home." She wiped Rin's face and cried, whispering, "Who did this?" "Orochimaru. He is dead." All the shinobi began. "Dead?" "Yes." "Was it?" At the time I hadn't seen Rin, though I knew his nature. "Forgive me, but it wasn't quite what he deserved. But believe me, hell has no place for him." With a grim nod, she acknowledged. "I am Terumi Mei, the Godem Mizukage." Once more, Ulquiorra bowed. "I am glad to have helped, Mizukage. Sama. I am Cifer Ulquiorra." Mei raised her head again and kissed Rin's brow. "Please come in, Ulquiorra. San." "No, I insist. Please." Everyone blinked at Rin as she extended her paw. Like hand in the direction of Ulquiorra's voice, saying, "Please, Onichan." Silently glancing down at the small hand, Ulquiorra took it in his own. "All right. For a little while, at least." Seated in the Mizukage's office, Ulquiorra gazed toward the inner sanctum, the Mizukage's private chambers, his hands tucked into his pockets. Unlike the rest of the village, which was ablaze with celebration following the return of the Mizukage's daughter, this area was quiet. A little more than an hour ago, the doctor and Mei had come in with Rin and a few other medic. Nin. Since then, he had been sitting calmly and observing the door. Standing by the door, looking very uncomfortable, was one of the cage's bodyguards, a young man brandishing one of the 7 swords of the hidden mist and sporting sharpened teeth that brought to mind the other swordsmen he had encountered. Eventually, he cleared his throat. "Cifer. San, what were you doing hunting down Orochimaru?" Ulquiorra gestured. "I was hunting him for personal vindication." They fell silent for a while. Mei came back after a short while, her makeup smudged and her eyes wet. Ulquiorra sat down across from him, bowing his head in reverence. "When?" She held her face and shook her head, saying, "Months, if not years." "What was it like there? What were the conditions?" As usual, Ulquiorra was direct. She was strapped to a table, evidently for some time. Her eyes. Were they green, like yours? Yes, they were bottled, floating in a tank. The room was filled with surgical equipment, bloodied. Pieces of her flesh were stored in various jars. Urine and feces were all over the floor. I estimate 3 or 4 months in the room all in one go. Evidence suggested little to no use of anesthetic. Drugs were probably used to keep her mind intact post-torture. "Please, just enough," Mei pleaded. "She's been gone for a whole year," she sobbed. Unable to continue, she halted and said, Why couldn't we?" "How did she vanish?" "A diplomatic mission. A group of Konoha. Nin came here a year ago. During one of the meetings, a Konoha. Nin grabbed Rin and escaped. It later turned out it was an auto. Nin, working for him. When a group of Konoha Nin enter Kiri, it becomes clear that one of them is working for Orochimaru. In order to find imposters and their like, security of some kind had to be put in place following the Konoha invasion. Not doing so would be foolish. Consequently, he was still unable to see Konoha and Orochimaru coming to an agreement. But then again, he hadn't witnessed his old friend's execution. Maybe. "Mizukage, may we speak in private?" Mei gave a nod and gestured with his hand to the departing swordsman, casting a worried glance behind him. "What is it, Ulquiorra? What does the Kekkei Genkai your family possess?" "The Yutan and the Futon." "Why?" "They are powerful Kekkei Genkai. That explains Orochimaru's interest in Rin. But why hide among the Konoha?" "Nin? That line of enquiry has given me many sleepless nights. When Rin was taken, it was all I could do to not declare war on Konoha for the assault. I see. The fact that the Auto Nin hid among the Konoha. Nin proves that someone in Konoha has at least dealings with. They're responsible. May I finish? Thank you, Mizukage. Sama. The plan might only be known to a select few in Konoha, the Cage say, and they would have to possess something Orochimaru would desire. The great dojutsu, Mei uttered. Though still raw, her anger was now becoming venomous. Yes. The Sharingan and the Byakugan. Yes. A branch member, or some form of DNA. Orochimaru and Konoha gain a powerful weapon apiece. Mei gave a headshake. The implications left her speechless. She gave a headshake. Bastards. I'll kill them all. Ulquiorra scowled at Naruto and said, get in line. Mizukage. Sama, how would you react if I were to say that I am about to wage a war on Konoha? Yes, I am but one man. I do need allies. Kiri is strong and powerful. Will it join me? You wear the garb of Suna, but you are not a Suna. Nin? No. Then Gaara. Kun didn't tell you? Suna and Kiri are in Konoha's pockets. Without the money they shove into our economy every few months our villages would collapse. Besides, we have no Jinchuriki. The Sanbi has long since gone. Yes, I know the dangers. But nevertheless they will be exterminated. Temari. Sama, please understand this. In order to defeat Konoha all the other villages must join forces. The doctor's words echoed in her ears, I know. Experiments, torture, rape. Were all she could think of. Leering at her child, Orochimaru. She raised her gaze to Ulquiorra. A shadow of something was in his eyes. He harbored an intense hatred towards Konoha. There was an emptiness about him, a pained, sorrowful air. This boy, at least 10 years her junior, was prepared to fight to the death, something she was not. She got up and extended a hand. She sounded broken and dejected as she said, I'm sorry, Ulquiorra. Kiri is in no position to fight at this point. Please. Sometime. To think. They gave each other a handshake. Of course. Suna is also preparing. I tell you this to show I am not alone. Betray that to Konoha and you will regret it. She handed him a long purple cape with the Kiri emblem on the back, saying, good. Now, with that out of the way, here. I know I can never repay you for what you have done. Protect Rin, don't abuse the people, and help me destroy Konoha and we'll be even. Mei smiled. You'll stay a little longer? Ulquiorra turned to see Rin sleeping in the bedroom. Just for a few hours. With her covers pulled over her head, Rin lay peacefully on a big bed, her face serene. Although calm, her breathing was labored. A big, plush teddy bear in shades of pink and blue had her hands wrapped around it. Standing over her, Ulquiorra's hands were in his pockets. He extended his arm to give her a head pat. Curling deeper into the bed coverings, she murmured to herself in her sleep. Ulquiorra glanced up at Naruto on the other side of the bed. Yes? What is it? With a smile, Naruto said, she's so small. Ulquiorra nodded, glancing between them. You are hardly one to comment on size. This coming from the late teenager who's only 5.5 feet. Touché, was the icy response. With a smile, Naruto protruded his tongue. Ulquiorra gave him a sour look and went back to keeping watch. Occasionally, Rin would groan and utter random words. How would she live, he wondered. She would find it extremely difficult in many situations if she didn't have eyes. She might grow used to it, but the torture would always be with her. The walls were covered in large, awkward drawings of butterflies, a woman and child, a young swordsman perched atop a tree brandishing a large blue sword, and a dancer twirling among willow reeds. He turned to face her ruined face again. So innocent and youthful. She resembles. Somewhat. I'm curious. Mei pulled open the door. She had been speaking with the doctor outside while she waited. Ulquiorra. Ah. Ulquiorra was crushing and ripping one of his eyes out of its socket. It turned to dust, tinged with deep, inky, black blood, instead of gelatin, mucus, and blood exploding from his fist. As he lowered the fleshy mess to Rin's face and rubbed it into her damaged right eye socket, she began to move forward but stopped. A very slight shimmer started to show around the tear duct and eyelid. With a fit, Rin caught Ulquiorra's finger and moaned. "Okasan?" With a gentle pat on her head, Ulquiorra whispered, "She's here, Rin." Mei moved forward and took her daughter's hand, seemingly in a dream. Her eye region was covered in an odd whiteness that gradually disappeared across her skin. Ulquiorra inhaled sharply. "I had hoped for more dramatic results. I don't suppose." He yelled for the physician. Upon entering, the medic. Nin almost passed out from shock at seeing Ulquiorra's eye regenerate. Mei appeared taken aback as well. "If you can resist the urge to faint, will you please pass me a needle and syringe?" "Thank you." He pressed down on the plunger after inserting the needle into his arm. Thick, black blood filled the device. He gave Mei a second look. "My DNA contains a powerful regenerative Kekkei Genkai. There is a chance it might work with Rin, but there is a chance it might not. The decision is yours." Mei shifted her gaze from Ulquiorra to her child. There was evidence from comparable processes. It was very likely that it would have no effect at all, or even worse, that her body would reject the transfusion and she would not survive. Mei started to cry. She was unable to make up her mind. Rin got up and walked to her mother, settling into her hug. "Okasan, I trust Onichan." Mei gave her child a tighter hug. "Please." Ulquiorra gave a nod, then inserted the needle into her skin without saying anything. Mei gave Rin a closer hug as she sobbed. While keeping a close eye on the young girl, Ulquiorra injected the black blood into her veins and then took out the needle. Mei exchanged a concerned glance with him as she moaned and shuddered. Her complexion became paler, with a gentle, fluffy white hue evaporating around her skin as they observed. Mei cried out in quiet delight, blinking, her skin going pale and some of Rin's scars fading. However, a few of them persisted and her eyes remained missing even as some of them recovered. However, it was sufficient. Mei grinned at Ulquiorra and gave her little girl a kiss on the brow. She said, "Thank you," in a whisper. Naruto beamed at Ulquiorra, who remained dejected about the outcome. "With some of my DNA, perhaps a larger transfusion can take place." He reached up and tore his right eye from its socket again, making Mei and the doctor cringe. Instead of breaking the organ, he brought it down to Rin's face and pushed the eye into her socket. The eye fluttered back and forth and there was a weird shluck sound, and then Rin exclaimed, "Okasan," with a mixture of joy and terror. Mei gave her daughter several kisses while beaming with laughter. Ulquiorra cupped her chin tenderly and tore out his left eye. It took her hardly a second to notice him before he inserted the eye. Rin let out a few whimpers and groans before opening her bright green eyes to see her Onachan. "Onachan." Ulquiorra's eyes grew again and he wiped the blood from his face. "Yes, Rin. It's me." Leaping out of her mother's arms to embrace him, Ulquiorra. She exclaimed, their eyes welling with tears. It was almost comical how shocked and surprised he appeared to be. His mouth firmly closed, eyes wide, and face motionless. Suddenly, of all times, Naruto had decided to disappear. What on earth was he supposed to say in reply? His arms lifted slowly, as though on autopilot, and embraced her tenderly. It was a gentle, close hug, but not an embrace. Rin gave him a cheek kiss, grinned, and sniffed. Ulquiorra was already motionless and was unable to respond. At last, Rin released his grip and grinned up at him through her tears as he remained motionless like a statue. With a cubby-like hug, she mumbled, "Thank you, Onachan." "Rin, think nothing of it," he answered in an unusually solemn tone. With a gentle pat on her head, he withdrew. He bowed his head and gave them both a look. "Forgive me, but I must go." Rin began to cry, her lips trembling as large tears welled up in her eyes. Mei grasped her hand and drew her near. "I swear, Rin, I'll be back soon," he said. "But there are others like you." Rin gave a nod. "Please, help them." Ulquiorra gave a nod, and then he disappeared with a static noise. "What did you do all that for?" Stillness. Once more, they were in Nami no Kuni, this time on an island of gray rock with sparse vegetation. Ulquiorra was looking for a sizable complex that Orochimaru had constructed here a long time ago. It was positioned beneath a massive cliff's rock lip and deep into the island's rock, behind enormous doors made of heavy steel. For hours, Naruto had been pursuing him and persistently probing him with the same query. He was damned if he would admit it, but they both knew why he'd helped Rin. He encountered the doors while pushing through the forest. He examined it and extended his search with his pesquisa. He assumed that Orochimaru had a sizable group of people behind the gates because he felt a lot of chakra behind them. Perceiving no threat in the near future, he proceeded ahead and approached the massive gates, each standing multiple times his height. Little mounds surrounded the gates, and one had only to use a little imagination to realize that they were graves. Placing his palm on the doors, he channeled a tiny bit of chakra into the metal. The doors turned to the right and revealed a long, wide, brightly lit brick tunnel upon recognition of Orochimaru's signature. He made his way down the corridor, loosening Murcielago a little. He could feel a lot of people ahead of him as he continued. Huge cells containing men, women, and kids were visible. He surveyed the crammed crowd from top to bottom. A tiny voice raised its voice. Another voice asked, "Who are you?" and asked the first to keep quiet. "I am Ulquiorra. I'm here for a woman by the name of Karen, a former servant of Orochimaru." Everyone instantly drew back. Fearful eyes and gaunt faces stared at him in terror. Ulquiorra gave them a questioning glance. "Am I to take it that she?" "Ah," he asked, turning to face the red-haired figure that had emerged from the passageway. "I take it that this is Karen?" The hair surprised him. Jiraiya had told him a little about the Uzumaki clan, and judging by her hair, she belonged to them. She gave him a fierce look. He recalled the Ona's frequent expression. A hard line gaze, a somber gaze. "Former?" she questioned, putting her hand on her hip and extending her arm out the other way. Ulquiorra gave a nod. "He is dead." A whisper swept through the throng. It began as a ripple and grew to a whisper, then to talking, and finally to cries. With a pale face and emotionless expression, Karen suddenly burst into laughter, surprising everyone, except Ulquiorra. "Oh, come on. Orochimaru, dead?" A gesture of agreement. "And I suppose you saw it happen?" "I killed him myself." Karen grinned and then let out a new round of giggles. She slapped her thigh and wiped her eyes. Oh, that's a good one. Seriously, you killed Orochimaru? You couldn't cut your way out of a... With a single cut from her scalp, Ulquiorra sneaked forward, drawing his sword and offering her a lock of her long red hair. "Are you sure of that?" In terror, she grabbed the hair and fled. The inmates were now silent and observing carefully. "How could I get in, without some of Orochimaru's chakra?" "How, Karen, could I have some of that?" "Impossible," she shook her head and whispered. Although her voice faltered a little, her eyes did not hide her uncertainty and unease. Reaching up, Ulquiorra crushed and tore his eye from its socket, exposing the memories of Orochimaru's death. The prisoners, who had been motionless like statues, suddenly burst into tears of relief and joy. Conversely, Karen collapsed onto her posterior and grasped the wall, tears gathering in her eyes. Ulquiorra surveyed the prisoner rows from top to bottom. "Your master is dead. And, if I am not mistaken," he waved to the prisoners, "they will kill you when I release them." The cheers became more ferocious, and the prisoners extended their clawed hands in her direction. Ulquiorra knelt before her and held out a hand as she withdrew. "However, free the prisoners and pledge loyalty to me, and I swear no harm will befall you." Karen's eyes were clouded with surprise and confusion as she stared at him with blood-red eyes. Startled, she exclaimed, "Why?" He pointed to the inmates and said, "Help me, or stay here. Orochimaru's memories show you have skill and I find myself in need of help." Karen gave him a blink. "That's no choice at all. Join your leader's murderer or remain loyal to his memory. That is a choice." Karen's gaze lingered on him for a moment, intense. Well, at least he is attractive and intelligent. Reaching up, she pulled a secret lever hidden in the rocks. Then, with unexpected grace, she leapt over Ulquiorra and crouched behind him, using him as a barrier to keep the prisoners away from her. Ulquiorra inclined his head at them as they filed out. Go. You are free. Suna or Nami no Kuni will welcome you. A prisoner moved forward and bent down. Thank you, whoever ya are. I am Ulquiorra. The prisoners ran away, casting a blatantly hateful glance at Karen. After they had all departed, Ulquiorra got up and faced Karen. She gave him a discerning glance. He appeared fairly handsome and was a few centimeters taller than her. She wasn't stuck with a bumpkin, at least. She stuck out a hip and bit her lip as she said, well, with a hint of flirtation in her voice. What now, Ulquiorra? Ulquiorra scowled at the way she behaved. Something was stirred by it, but he was unsure of what. Are there any guards or jailers or the like in this place? Other than me? Only a few. Karen scowled but nodded, sending out a chakra pulse to attract the guards' attention. Call them in. Soon after, they showed up, obviously shaken by Ulquiorra's presence and the absence of inmates. I am Ulquiorra. Orochimaru is dead, by my hand. The prisoners are free. Karen is now my subordinate. Leave now and never harm another. Or else, join your former liege. The majority turned sick and fled, but some persisted and were soon killed. He turned back to face Karen and said, now, Karen, wiping his hand on a dead body. Your oath. She gave a nod. I, Karen of Clan Uzumaki, do solemnly swear to serve you loyally, Ulquiorra. Good. Break that oath, and you will die. With a thin smile, Karen walked away. He was cunning, cruel, attractive, and, most intriguing of all, had spared her. He looked like a nice find. Her smile expanded as he took her shoulder. It was really lovely. What the hell was that? He sat down on a rock and looked at her, saying, my keke genke. Speed and regeneration, as evidenced by this travel in my eye. Now be silent. That constant reaction is rather taxing. They found themselves back at the stream's mouth, close to the sea, on the mainland of Hai no Kuni. She was still glaring at him. She spat over his shoes and said, I would advise you to sit and relax. The movement can be most uncomfortable. Smelling, he strolled towards the ocean and cleaned his shoes. I recently saved a little girl, 6 years old, from the Kusagakure hideout. She did not vomit on me. She huffed, well, excuse me, my lord. I haven't left that hideout in 2.5 years. Ulquiorra glanced at her and nodded. She was perhaps a little older than Hinata, at 16 or so. His gaze lingered on her, but it was not the famished expression Karen was used to. Her image almost seemed to bring someone to mind for him. With a seductive smile on her face, she bit her lip and crossed her legs. So, who is she? He asked, startled by her sharp mind. Who? The girl who you were reminded of. She smiled at his uneasiness. He turned to face northeast and said, never you mind. The next one I wish to enlist is Hizuka Suigetsu. Him. Why? I take it you do not like Hizuka? No. He is insubordinate, rude. And a prisoner of Orochimaru. I would not imagine many prisoners being polite when under his care. Karen was silent after that. She had an uncomfortable appearance. At any rate, the journey to the eastern hideout will take many days. I cannot carry the both of us all the way there without considerable stress. We will have to walk. Karen gave a nod. It might be worse. They walked for the next 7 days, stopping at towns and small villages for food and rest. When Pesquisa failed, Ulquiorra's hunting prowess and Karen's sensory abilities assisted in tracking down and identifying bandits. They occasionally slept outside under the stars. She had a flirtatious attitude, but Ulquiorra discovered that she was intelligent and a fascinating companion. At least she was shrewd enough to know better. To a certain extent, he was kind and generous, despite his seeming cold and indifferent face. Shivering from the cold and wet, he had removed his cloak and thrown it over the fire on the 6th night while Karen was keeping an eye on him over the fire they had built in a small cave to protect from the rain. She wrapped it around her and grinned appreciatively. It was part of their ritual, so, what is she like? She would ask the same question every night, and he would respond with the same response. It is none of your concern. They were in front of the eastern hideout the following day. Ulquiorra gave it a confused glance. Karen, the memories are unclear. How do we enter? She gave him a worried look and said, the gate is over there. We don't really need to get him, do we? Whatever you want from him, I can do better. She was told to stop by the withering glare he sent her. She gave him a nod, sighed, and turned to leave, dragging him along. As they entered the den, she continued to wrap the cape around her shoulders and pulled it closer around her body for protection. In the tunnels, torches flickered as specimens were arranged along the walls. They discovered only corpses as they explored labs and cells. I can sense no life here. Is it the same with you? Yes, Ulquiorra. Orochimaru must have killed them all. Though, this place was mainly for his Fushi Tensai. Prisoners were not kept here. As they moved farther into the lair, Ulquiorra gave a nod. At last, they descended into a more profound nook of the hideout, replete with water tanks. Hizuka Suigetsu, where are you? An eye appeared and floated in the tank next to them, making Karen jump. A face emerged from the water, peering over them. Violet's eyes gave them a glare. Well, ya bastard, what do you want? With those words, Ulquiorra shattered the tank. To free you. With a humorous look of astonishment on his face, Suigetsu collapsed and became solidified as a human, appearing completely nude while standing in a puddle of water. Karen averted her gaze and blinked. Suigetsu smiled at Ulquiorra, stretching. So, thanks, whoever you are. Well, I guess ya don't work for Orochimaru. No. I killed him. Suigetsu let out a whistle. Nice. Did it hurt? I would imagine so. Good. So, what can I do for you? Karen interrupted, her eyes wide and enraged. Put some clothes on, you fool. Approaching her, Suigetsu recognized her. You. Me. You bitch. Shut up, you bastard. Go fu. Silence. Ulquiorra's applied Ryatsu made them both cower at the mere mention of it. He gave them a chilly glance. Turning to Suigetsu, he said, Karen, be still. You swore to serve me loyally, and I will not tolerate this behavior. I have saved you for more than simple generosity. I desire your aid. Suigetsu gritted his teeth and scowled. He spat, holding up one finger, saying, I owe ya, but give me one reason to help you. Ulquiorra's eyes narrowed as Suigetsu's body started to change, becoming larger as he absorbed the spilled water and changing into a gelatinous, watery state. His muscles expanded and grew until he was a monstrous creature with enormous muscles and a sneering, crooked face. How do you intend to fight against my Suika no Jutsu? He sonidoed behind the former prisoner and fired a bala into the water, saying, by beating you bloody. Karen and Suigetsu got started. It was an explosion of raw energy to them. Heat is energy, too. Suigetsu cried out in agony as some of the water evaporated due to the heat. Parts started to disappear as bala after bala struck the mass, and he flailed around. When Suigetsu finally gave up, he screamed, okay, please stop. I give up. And raised his hands in surrender. Suigetsu stiffened and labored to breathe as Ulquiorra came to a stop. Everything seemed to be missing from him, maybe except a few pounds. Ulquiorra turned to face Karen. My Kekkei Genkai has the power to release energy in various methods. Now, Suigetsu, your aid. Panting, Suigetsu lay in the water staring at Ulquiorra with fear and wonder. All right, he eventually said. But what do I get? He glanced at them both and said, whatever you desire. Yes, that goes for you too as well, Karen. I require your aid, but I know that, while I can force your loyalty, you would be better allies as willing soldiers. Suigetsu's lips were pursed. Well, if I refuse, you just kill me or something. And I guess I owe ya twice. Orochimaru's dead and I'm free. Fine. I'll join ya. But, he extended his hand, for my payment, I want your help to find the 7 swords of the hidden mist. Ulquiorra examined the sealing scroll he carried at his side. Why? Ulquiorra was certain of his honesty based on the way he described his brother and the swords. My brother, Mangetsu, was a member. He took the scroll out and gave it a close inspection. Then he opened the scroll, took out the Kabikirabocho, and threw it to Suigetsu, saying, I see. I offer you down payment. He looked at it with an almost religious expression. He gently touched it with his outstretched hand, as though it were a relic. Grasping it, he ran a delicate hand over the steel. He gave Ulquiorra a quick glance before nodding. Very well. I'll join you. Good. Now, find some clothes. We have a long journey now, and I would rather not be forced to see you naked the entire time. Hazuka. Fuck that, you can call me Suigetsu. Very well. Suigetsu. San, if you do not control your stomach, I will force feed you pills to control your belly. Sorry, Ulquiorra. We'll walk from here. For the next 4 days or so, they walked northwest through High no Kuni. Ulquiorra had to use all of his strength to hold back from wanting to smother his friends. Grimjow had thrown him into a Kaha negation, and he had never been this annoying. Suigetsu and Karen were not amicable because the former was a prisoner of the latter's master and they frequently quarreled. Suigetsu and Karen would occasionally start snapping and growling at one another like dogs fighting over a bone. Ulquiorra would use Ryotsu and a few sharp words to end the argument. There was a lighthearted tone to the arguments in spite of this. Despite their hostility, there appeared to be some camaraderie added to their rivalry because of their shared allegiance to Ulquiorra, the journey, and a healthy dose of punishment fear. Ulquiorra and Suigetsu would spar at night. Ulquiorra never lost. Because he and Suigetsu shared a form of regeneration and hardness of flesh, through Hiero and Suika no Jutsu, they were both formidable opponents due to their unmatched strength and inhuman power. Both of them could go all out in battle and emerged stronger as a result. Suigetsu would get wounds tended to by Karen, but she would not allow him to bite her. Ulquiorra gave her a strange look as she explained her abilities. I know you can heal wounds from Orochimaru's memories, but what are its limits? Limitless. If I pour in enough chakra I can heal nearly all wounds, except amputation and the like. Good. Are there any adverse effects on you? Aside from the hundreds of permanent bite marks all over my body? A drain on chakra and that's about it. Wait. All over your body? Suigetsu. San, please. Karen yanked Suigetsu away. I can also only use it once a day. I see. Suigetsu and I will have to hold back in future to prevent you from exhausting yourself. Though she understood that his only intention was to keep her from depleting their resources, it was comforting to know that he thought highly of her. Gazing up at the castle tucked between the peaks of the mountains, Suigetsu scratched the back of his head. It appeared to be a sizable palace with massive, heavy metal gates. With a glance at Ulquiorra, he raised his hand to indicate the fortress. Hey, Ulquiorra, how are you going to get in? Ulquiorra strode forward as if he owned the place, and Suigetsu blinked, how everyone else does. Through the front door. Nevertheless, he does possess a portion of Orochimaru's chakra. Ulquiorra gestured at them to come along. As they approached the lair, Suigetsu cast a sidelong glance at Karen. This, Jugo guy, who is he? Karen gave the classic, I'm smarter than you, so listen boy. Gesture by pushing her glasses further up her nose. Posture. Jugo is the basis of all cursed seals. He comes from a clan with a Keke Genkai that allows them to constantly draw in natural energy, and morph their body through a sage transformation. Oomph. Ulquiorra had come to a complete stop and faced her. Her encounter with him had been akin to a puppy running headlong into a wall. He has sage transformation? Then he is even more useful than I had thought. Yes, well, there is a catch. Suigetsu added, yeah? What is it? He's psychotic. Ah. As in. Yes. The natural energy he absorbs causes a negative imbalance of his mental state leading to frequent bouts of rage. He originally came to Orochimaru Sama to see if Orochimaru Sama could help him to learn how to control his anger. They were almost halfway to the gates, the plateaus and mountains rising steadily higher. I take it he failed? They asked. Yes. Instead, Jugo offered his DNA for experimentation in exchange for a prison to keep himself from harming others. So he locks himself away because he is so afraid of hurting other people? That will make it difficult to persuade him to fight, but he was powerless to allow Jugo to remain here for humanitarian reasons. Ulquiorra felt a sea of souls envelop them as they made their way through the monstrous stone structures. He gestured to his allies while taking out his hands from his pockets. There are 100 people surrounding us. However, they feel different to what humans normally feel like. Karen, can you tell what is different about them? Karen felt them and blinked as she extended her Kagura Shingen. She nodded, pushing her glasses back up her nose. I should have realized it sooner. Orochimaru. Sama would not have left this place unpopulated and unguarded. He had imbued the prisoners here with cursed seals. Doubtless, without any word from Orochimaru in. What 2 weeks? The guards will be in some worry, and without a sufficient motivator, fear or reward, the guards are most likely dead or gone, and the prisoners have escaped. Or, more likely, the guards sensed this, and realizing we are not Orochimaru and have released the prisoners as attack hounds to help them deal with us, no doubt under some form of control. Suigetsu rubbed his ear and grimaced. Talk a lot, don't you? Go to hell. Ulquiorra glared at them, silencing them as he looked around. Just as expected, a swarm of detainees transformed into different manifestations of the cursed seals, concealing a small group of guards wearing Otogakure's attire. Ulquiorra surveyed the guards and the frothing, growling monstrosities. With a torn eye and a crushed jaw, he revealed the truth of the battle as he stepped forward and cried, I am in no mood for battle. I am Cifer Ulquiorra. I killed Orochimaru 2 weeks ago. The guards exchanged nervous looks before starting one by one to deactivate the jutsu enslaving the prisoners and disappearing as quickly as their legs could carry them. The choice is yours. Guards, release the prisoners and flee. If I hear one whisper of former Otto Nin harming others, I will destroy you. A handful persisted, carefully guiding 1 or 2 inmates each. These were the inmates who had bonded in spite of their obstacles. The guards that remained prepared their weapons. Suigetsu pulled out his sword and ran his tongue over its edge. I wonder how that freak ever got such loyalty from Ya, but that doesn't matter. Ulquiorra, permission to. Ulquiorra strode through the throng of inmates, who cautiously parted for him while growling and snapping. Deal with them as you wish. A handful of the most ruthless individuals, those driven insane by torment and testing or those who were already vicious creatures, launched an assault on him. He broke limbs like twigs and tore heads off shoulders. The rest gave up after that, and they quickly collapsed onto their former captors. Limbs were strewn all over the ground, and blood and internal organs shot skyward. Suigetsu was impressed by the former prisoners' art. They battled like monsters. Karen took a step back from the chaos. She was not in danger of being dismembered because she had never been here before, but she was still concerned that Ulquiorra might have killed her if it weren't for her abilities. As the crowd subsided, she sat on a rock and observed them. Sweating and covered in cuts, Suigetsu approached her and took a seat next to her, grinning from ear to ear. Well, should we go and help him? Karen gave a shrug. Perhaps, but they thought as Ulquiorra came in, I don't think we want to meet Jugo right now. You being covered in blood, as well as Ulquiorra. Kun, I mean Ulquiorra. San, might send him into a rage. He is not called Jugo of the Scales for nothing. The fortress exploded in part. Large clouds of dirt and dust rose where the rocks and debris landed, and they flew through the air like rain. Suigetsu shouted, what the fuck was that? As he shot to his feet. I believe the scales have overbalanced. With his massive, dark gray fist dragging on the ground and causing deep ruts in the tiled floor, Ulquiorra scowled at the young man with orange hair. He had executed the last few guards and freed the few prisoners still inside the lair, telling them to wait outside with Karen and Suigetsu. At last, he reached the den's tallest cell, which was secured by a massive, heavy door. He had measured its power and then used a bala to break it. A deep, irritating voice had moaned from within, asking to be left alone because the anger was going to get the better of her. Was it Kabuto? Orochimaru? Jugo? The voice was silenced by the firm tone. I am Ulquiorra. Orochimaru is dead, by my hand. I desire your aid. After a long period of silence, Jugo slowly emerged into the light, his orange hair and ruddy eyes gleaming. He had a large ball and chain fastened to his ankle, and his hands were twitching. It was beyond the Espada's comprehension how he managed to move with that attached to him, despite his insane abilities. Jugo gave him a long, chilly stare before bursting out laughing. Dead, dead, dead. The Sanin's gone. I'm gonna have some fun. Who to kill? Who to kill? Ulquiorra scowled, genuinely alarmed by this sudden transformation. With this warrior, he would have his work cut out for him. Who to kill? I know. Ulquiorra sidestepped the enormous fist as it turned into a mass of dark gray matter and smashed through the wall. Ulquiorra dragged his talons and walked steadily towards Jugo. Jugo, stand down. I will use force, if necessary. Once I kill you, I'll kill a girl, then a boy, then a girl. Ulquiorra used Sonido to get behind Jugo and seize his neck, saying, I can see where you are going with this. Now, be silent. Ulquiorra threw Jugo out the hole in the wall before he had a second chance to wonder what had happened. He fell some 60 feet and hit the stone and dirt below. Ulquiorra jumped after him, landed, and approached the man who was on his knees. He flipped the man over and gave him a demeaning glance. Jugo, calm down. The Ryotsu he applied caused the earth to slightly shatter. Jugo's eyes returned to a soft orange after turning gold and black, giving Ulquiorra uneasy flashbacks to a particular fight. With wonder, he glanced in the mirror. You calmed me? Yes. Only Kimimaro could do that before. Ulquiorra nodded, recalling the ferocious warrior who could manipulate bones. I met him. Not long before he died. I fought him, in fact. Jugo blinked, and a tiny tear appeared in one eye's corner. He was a fierce fighter and died well. Did he capture Uchiha Sasuke? Ulquiorra gave a blink. The discussion evoked deeply held, hated memories. Yes. Did Orochimaru? No. One of the Uchiha's allies, the Kyuubi Jinchuruki, recaptured his erstwhile friend. Little good it did him, he was executed in a farce to gain the Uchiha's loyalty to Konoha. By your tears, this was not what you desired. His eyes were darkening, his voice changing from a somber moan to a growl of rage. Kimimaro was meant to capture Uchiha Sasuke and bring him back to Orochimaru. He was going to be the next body, Kimimaro's last act of loyalty before he died. Ulquiorra gave him a long, hard look. Orochimaru was my enemy. Uchiha Sasuke and Konoha is my enemy. I cannot offer you much, but I will offer this. I will control your fury for as long as you serve me. I will protect you. Sneer if you will, but there are many in this world that could harm you. I will offer you comradeship. I will offer you a chance to destroy Konoha. Three voices questioned at once, what? He was staring at Baijugo, Suigetsu, and Karen. Karen and Jugo's eyes were wide with shock, and Suigetsu's jaw was clenching and snapping. Ulquiorra got up, pulled up his shirt, and opened his jacket to show off his hollow hole. Three voices cried out, you're dead. The X. Offenders were reverting to their human forms and glancing around in disarray. Yes. And he related his tale to them. When it was all over, his allies were persuaded by the overwhelming evidence and the truthfulness of his statements. Suigetsu and Jugo appeared dejected and solemn, while Karen was in tears. You came back? For revenge and love? Yes. Karen recalled the glances he had given her whenever she engaged in any kind of flirtatious behavior, no matter how subtle. Probably, he was thinking of Hinata. How romantic, she thought to herself, she must be something else. Ulquiorra turned to the former inmates, feeling decidedly uncomfortable now. They were hovering close, but they had not heard the conversation. He gave them a look. Prisoners, you are free. Go where you will, but if you take my advice, head to Suna. The case cage is a friend of mine. Tell him Ulquiorra sent you. They departed, drifting through the maze. Like rock formations and disappearing with many heartfelt thanks. He turned to face the motley crew. They observed him with a mixture of fear, respect, and sympathy. In exchange for aid, I will grant you whatever you desire, if it be in my power. Name it. Jugo gave him a serious look. Uchiha Sasuke betrayed Kimimaro, and you have the power to control my anger. I'll join you. Suigetsu grinned. You're going into a battle. As I said before, help me get those swords, and let me fight, and I'll help. Karen smiled and gave a wink. You got my oath. I'll help you. Ulquiorra gave them a look. Orders and custom had forced his previous team together. Masks covered their true selves. Everyone was honest about their goals and there to serve a single purpose here. Suigetsu remarked, I guess that now that we're a team, we need a name. Not even Ulquiorra's fading glare could deter them. Team Komori? Inquired Karen. Suigetsu added, Team Jigoku no Fukushu, Hell's Vengeance. Jugo said, Team Yurei Komori, Ghostbat. Tonda Kitsune, Winged Fox. Karen. Ulquiorra hesitated a little. Yurei Komori? Tonda Kitsune? He asked, his mind spinning with the concepts, and he found himself pleased. Very well. A choice then, between Tonda Yurei and Komori Kitsune. And in the end, after much discussion, although Ulquiorra remained undecided, a decision was made. Their leader preferred the name that was selected because it was much simpler. With their sights fixed on Konoha, Yurei ventured out into the night. They had to gather a corpse first, though.
So that's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe to the channel for more awesome stories like this. Thank you. See you all in my next video.